Let's go. Prologue you. So we have, I believe this is what we did with the demo, the tutorial. The carriage rumbles and bounces along the cobbles as you approach Paris. It's taken over a week to get here, even carrying just yourself and your luggage. These dots mean there's more story ahead. Your fiancé, Armand, arranged for the carriage to turn down the volume a little bit because it was too loud. But also to take you from your small village to a tavern that he enjoys called the Orphan's Feast. In there's a small boy named Klaus. He'll meet up with you, you'll likely take dinner together, and you think he'll show you to your new home in Paris. For now, though, you've already finished all of your books, and Armand's letter is your only entertainment, other than staring out the window. This choice is for characterization purposes. It will not impact your path. Speak your mind. That's cool. I like that they have a little symbol for that, so you know not to worry and just pick something that's fun. Coachman, let's go. I don't have all day. I've read his letter, and if you want to read his letter, you can watch the demo video. With a grunt of irritation, the coachman flicks at his reins, and the carriage surges forward, sending you lurching back into your seat. The city blurs by as you wind your way towards the Orphan's Feast, a tavern where Armand said he would meet you. As tired and rumpled as you are, rumpled, let's bring it back. How are you feeling today, rumpled? You're glad that he arranged to meet you in a place with ample food and wine. When you arrive, the coachman helps you out of the carriage, and you find yourself outside a glowing, friendly-looking tavern. The sign shows a grubby-looking child named Klaus holding a plate piled high with fresh bread and roasted meats. You can tell that game traumatized me, because I still see him everywhere. Klaus! This must be the place. Inside, a woman polishing a lantern looks up at you as you enter. Her face... I'm going to turn it up just slightly more. Her face breaks into a bright smile. Bonjour, madame, and welcome to the Orphan's Feast. She's half French, half English. Her eyes linger expectantly on the door for a moment before settling on you. You're suddenly reminded of hell yes, and how rare it is for women to travel by themselves. Oh yeah, true. Thank you, Salty, for the 49 months. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing awesome. Keep him well. How may I be of service, she asks. Aha, no tutorial. I'm looking for my fiancé, Baron Armand de Marbeau, who has the most annoying name to say. Baron. Armand. Armand sounds very Spanish to me. Armando. But I think it has an O on it for Spanish, right? Coyote, thank you so much for the gift sub. Appreciate it. Oh, a missing person. That actually sounds interesting, she says with a devious smile. The barmaid pauses to think. I haven't heard that name before, but I just started working today. If you ask around, some of our patrons might know where to find your fiancé. Why she got an egg on her head? While you only have one outfit to your name at the moment, the Orphan's Feast doesn't feel like a particularly judgmental place in terms of fashion. Your credibility won't be shifted by what you're wearing here. As long as you explore the tavern and talk to people, you should be able to find Armand soon enough. Oui, madame. I have an egg on my head. So we have to pick who to talk to. I'm going to speak to Egghead. Although we did just speak to her. But I think we spoke to those guys when we did the demo, so let's speak to her. You spent a long while in the discomfort of that carriage. It might be a good time to get something to drink and see if the staff know where you can find Armand. You sweep your gaze over the crowded tavern and strain your ears for the sound of Armand's voice, but have yet to find anything. It's hard to walk around with all of your luggage, which only slows your progress further. The other patrons don't look particularly happy with you either. You bump into yet countless patrons with your bags, and your searching is starting to give the impression that you're eavesdropping. Just as you start to feel a little frustrated by this, the barmaid from before approaches you. Look, it's an egg! It's an egg! And she's just been to the dentist. What is that they used to do that with, like, dental stuff? When they have that, like, bandage around their head? Is it to, like, compress it for the pain? Why don't we do that anymore? Huh. Science. Madam, you look parched. Can I get you anything? I don't want to spend money in here. Just some water, please. I'm parched. With a barely concealed frown, she seats you at a nearby table before excusing herself to fetch your drink. That's when they know they're not getting a tip. When you order tap water and they're like, they have no money. not drinking alcohol or even getting our £3 Cokes. Can we have a jug of tap water for the table? Ugh. She returns with a metal pitcher and fills up a clay cup for you. You take a sip and note how even the water tastes different here. You try to relax, but to no avail. You can't help but notice that nobody else is drinking water, which only makes you feel more out of place. We're a little peasant from a peasant village. Now that you have your free water, do you want anything else? Can you help me find my fiancé? He's supposed to be here.
Huh.
Oh, a missing person. Interesting. What's he like? Tall, handsome, chestnut brown hair. Oh, I'll be on the lookout for him then, the barmaid replies with a wink and a cheeky laugh. You stay here and I'll see what I can find. She leaves your table to inquire with the other patrons about Armand. You're not sure if your description was enough to go off of, but she knows the place better than you do. She returns a few minutes later and gives you a shrug. Madame, I'm sorry to tell you this, but I simply can't find your Armand anywhere. She slips a piece of paper to you. You glance down to see a hastily written note. Don't know what's going on. Patrons get upset when I mention your fiancé. Even the owner won't talk. So then what do we have here? This choice will increase peril. This choice requires an easy credibility challenge. Peril and credibility. I will say nothing for now. She gives a tiny shrug but remains silent. She leaves you and you take this time to examine your fellow patrons. Now that you're not taking up too much space, people seem to have lost interest in you. You spend the next hour taking in the room but can't seem to find any trace of Armand, even the sound of his laugh. Stood up. I love this layout. It feels like a sort of D&D kind of thing, doesn't it? It's cute. Like a little band here. That's who we're listening to. What do you guys want? You guys want some bread and butter? Some alcohols? Some ale? Is that what they would drink? Ale, right? Did they just have like one drink back in the day? Oh look, toilets. A country woman. Now you're more acclimated to... Now you're here. The guests and the travellers of the Orphan's Feast will be able to find someone. Right, pick a conversation. After hours of questioning and searching, it's late in the evening. You've still yet to find Armand. You're not even sure why, but you feel exhausted. Who knew talking to people was such hard work, right? Now that you're warmed up, this may be your chance to finally find out where Armand is.
Huh.
You approach a woman who you had spotted glancing your way earlier. My name is Yvette, and I'm looking for someone. Can you help me? She laughs nervously at your request, shifting from foot to foot. She makes small talk for a brief moment before excusing herself and disappearing into the crowd. The room appears to be emptying out. A gentleman you remember seeing earlier walks by. He might prove a little more useful. Monsieur, a moment of your time?
Oh.
He looks at you and glances over to the woman who spoke with you earlier and quickens his pace as he walks by. The room is emptying even faster now. You manage to get the attention of another. Excuse. She doesn't even slow down before she leaves. A third person gives you the cold shoulder. You start to wonder what happened. Are you really that out of place? Is it something about Armand? What's going on here? How panicked would you be? Still, you check around the Orphan's Feast one last time. Oh yeah, some wine, of course. There's no sign. Not even an open tab with the tavern keep. After waiting around for a few hours, you leave the Orphan's Feast, dragging your small mountain of luggage behind you. After all, the coach was only hired to take you to the tavern. Armand may not have been waiting for you like he said he would, but you memorized his address from all the times that you wrote it on your letters to him. It's the middle of the night, but the street is teeming with life. The light from the windows and the street lamps sparkle like the stars. You're tired and your feet hurt, but still, you can't help but smile. This is it. This is Paris. No matter what happens, you're still here. For a brief moment, you're not a country girl dragging luggage through the streets. You're the person you feel you are when you close your eyes. Alone. Princess. You're overseeing a grand salon surrounded by poets, musicians, scientists, philosophers, artists. You are elegant, sophisticated, and respected. You're getting close to the address. Armand never described his living conditions much, but he's the son of a baron. His family was always well-to-do, especially compared to yours. You've spent a lot of time in that carriage wondering about the home you'd spend your new life in. Still, you didn't expect this. Calling the house rustic would imply that you were out in the country, not in the center of a city. The neighborhood is nice enough, but you're worried that if you breathe too hard on the building, it'll fall over. A well-kept woman in the attire of a maid opens the door and approaches you. Bonsoir. I assume you must be Madame Yvette. My name is Camille. Monsieur Armand told me to expect you. Is this where he lives? Oh god, the rats in there ate him, didn't they? Impossible, madame. I've taken care of all of the rats myself, Camille replies, emphasizing her point with a playful stomp of her foot. We stand Camille. Eyeing her worn shoes, you have a feeling the rats didn't go quietly. Thank you, Camille. Do you think Armand's all right? I'm sure he's fine, madame. Camille replies with a tone of voice that doesn't fill you with confidence. I'm sorry to tell you this, but I haven't seen Monsieur Armand in days. I was hoping he was with you. Glancing around, Camille seems to notice your mountain of luggage for the first time. Mon Dieu, madame. Did you carry this all yourself? You must be exhausted. She's not wrong. You're not certain how you're still upright and awake right now. I've already made up your bed, madame. Please go inside and let me take care of this. You take your diary and leave the heavy lifting to Camille. The inside of the house isn't much better than the outside. Camille keeps the place tidy, but she can only do so much. Still, you don't care about that right now. You're just happy to have a roof over your head. I mean, the bed looks nice. You flop down on a nearby couch, open your diary, and start to write. You're tired, disappointed, and perhaps abandoned. But writing things down always helps you make sense of a situation. The Orphan's Feast. Novelty lost. 0. An after-party report. So this game's all about attending parties and gossip and stuff like that. We'll get lots of invitations. And at the end of each sort of little chapter, this is your little rundown. Nothing too rundown there. The 21 of Mars, 1789. Early the next morning, Camille approaches you, occasionally wringing her apron with her hands. She's obviously nervous. This music's quieter. Too much? Wish it went on the other fader. It's fine. Madame, there's something you should know. Taking a deep breath, she continues. You're expected to attend a party the day after tomorrow, held by one oh god, we went over this in the demo. Viscountess. One Marcel de Foix. Armand replied to the invitation, but you were to be his date. Ooh, a party. Camille looks visibly relieved. Parfait. If you need anything washed or prepared, just ask. That reminds me, she exclaims. If you're going to a party, you should probably make sure you're dressed appropriately. Fashion moves so quickly here that people retire outfits before they even wear out. At this proclamation, you can't help but notice that Camille's uniform has been repaired many, many times. Camille continues. Monsieur Armand was always going through clothes so quickly, he said that every outfit had a certain amount of novelty. Every time you wore them to a party, the novelty would go down a bit. In fact, even a little thing like wearing the same thing twice in a row could run the novelty out faster. Can you imagine? Fortunately, he knew the most delightful clothier on Rue de Faubourg. She runs a shop called Le Petit Mogon. I'll draw you some directions. Immediately, she starts sketching directions, mostly simple renderings of local landmarks. Available to visit. If you head out today, you should be well prepared for the party tomorrow. Time to go clothes shopping, which I think was bugged in the demo, so I'm curious to see how it looks. You gained a level of exhaustion by attending a party. Any levels of exhaustion you have at the start of a party or rendezvous give you a penalty to credibility. Worry not, you'll discover ways to reduce it soon. Okay, so that's my exhaustion level. A -5 credibility penalty. Out into Paris. Have you seen her? She's wearing the same thing she wore at the last party. Dirty little rat. A small shop run by the dressmaker, Fatima Shenna. Spend your day here and buy and sell wardrobe items. It's a long walk, but the trek to the narrow street is worth it. Every block hums with a vibrant energy, bursting with life. Porters and social climbers wind their way through the streets, festooned with brightly coloured parcels. Wow, festooned is a great word. Festooned. What does that mean? Like covered? Like lined or something? Festooned with brightly coloured parcels. Love that. Paris may be a city swimming in fashion and finery, but this is the source. The street is home to all the major fashion houses in the country, and to Rose Burton, personal dressmaker to the Queen herself. And now you're here, back home. They sigh and dream of places like this, then quietly get back to their little lives. What sad little lives they have, Jane. Not you. Your circumstances may be less than ideal, but you're still here. Le Petit Mogul. You mumbled to yourself idly. Oh, Le Petit Mogul. Trying to make sure you remember the name of the shop. How forgetful am I? I'm pretty forgetful, but I wouldn't go to a shop going, Le Petit Mogul, Le Petit Mogul. Eventually you find a small boutique tucked between some far grander buildings. You open the door and walk into the tiny shop, which seems even smaller due to how absolutely full it is. This isn't just a boutique, it's a workshop for whoever works here. Rolls of gorgeous fabric cover every available surface. A cloying smoke hangs in the air. The scent is pleasant, but wholly unfamiliar. Give it a good sniff. Decorated, adorned with decorations. As the door swings shut behind you, you hear a sudden rustling of fabric further in the store. A customer, alhamdulillah, a surprisingly young voice calls out. Bonjour, madame, welcome to Le Petit Mogul. A woman, presumably the owner, calls out to you. How may I help you? I need to look amazing. Wait, no tutorial. Her eyes light up. Madame, you have come to the right place. Yeah, so this is what I'm wearing right now. Damn, I'm hot. And this is what we can buy. How much money do we have? Where's my money? Oh, 100 up there. 100 puns. And I'm going to a party. We have a humble caraco and skirt. A robe à la française. Robe de cour. Robe à la française. So this is like a rich person party, which would be what? The bourgeoisie. So we would want one that would score points with them. Or do we? Because these are like kind of the factions in the game, right? Crown, church, military, bourgeoisie, and the revolution. And I think like there's endings for each of those, and maybe according to who you romance, or maybe the romance is intertwined with those. I actually haven't looked into it past us playing the demo, but I know that you can choose to side with church, military, rich people, crown, revolution, so... what do we have? Are these all about the same price? Oh, that one's expensive. That one's most of my money. So let's go one of these. Military. I want to be revolutionary, I think. Which would be these really expensive ones. The crown won't like this one, but everyone else is either fine with it or good pluses. Right? I feel like that might be... Why do they look the same, though? Good idea. I think we want to be a rebel. Always be a rebel. It's most of my money, but... You've just spent some of your money. Livres are used to buy outfits, pay servants, and more. Oh, I have to pay my servants? Yeah, £14 to last me till I make some money, I suppose. Spending all my money. Can't take it with you. You awaken to the vision of sunlight filtering through the shutters, scattering sunbeams across this dusty bedroom. It takes a few minutes before you groggily remember the events that brought you here. You also remember that tonight you have a party to attend. Camille enters your bedroom, already full of cheer. Madame, when would you like to start getting ready? Now. Good to hear. These preparations always seem to take all day. On days where you have a party, you won't really have time to spend exploring Paris. Once you go to your wardrobe, we can get started. Don't worry, Camille. I'm already quite good at this. Ah, but of course you are, madame. Following you as you start to get ready for the party tonight. The wardrobe. Imagine if me not doing the tutorial meant I accidentally went like in my underwear. So that's when I arrived in my provincial outfit, which is very popular with the military. We shall wear this. Yes? Yes. A gathering is an intimate gathering of her most loyal peers. This party is being held by the crown. Oh, you're right. And that would be -8 if I wear that. I could go dressed like that. Hello. I'd be like, yeah, the kitchen's that way. Hello, I'm here for the party. I mean, whatever, screw the crown. I'm going to wear it. They can get a load of this. I'm going to swagger my way in wearing something I know they'll hate. That's how we do. Let's do it. When your carriage drops you off at the party, you find yourself waiting in line for quite some time. Looking at other guests, you wonder if you're underdressed or overdressed. It's honestly hard to tell. You look over yourself one last time and confirm that you're wearing your robe à la Française to a party being held by the crown. The guests disapprove of your outfit, and your credibility has decreased. With preparations like this, tonight could go poorly if you aren't careful. Oh no. Wait, maybe I don't get those bonus points unless it's being held by... Like, I have to wear military stuff to a military party, I think. Oh well, I have 0 anyway. While you're determining your standing in the world of fashion, you manage to overhear an interesting rumour while in line. You make a mental note of it just in case. You gained a piece of cheap crown gossip. This will be useful later. Unfortunately, you can feel exhaustion set in as soon as you think of the full itinerary ahead of you. Tonight is going to be a long night. Being exhausted has given you a credibility penalty. Immediately upon entering the vestibule, you're greeted by a doorman holding a small ledger. While he isn't physically barring your entry, his manner certainly is. Name, madame? He asks expectantly. Baron Armand de Marble? The valet looks shocked. Baron, why are you dressed? A moment later, he composes himself. I see, you are the Baron's date. My apologies. Anything I can get you? Convey our deepest gratitude to our hostess, and I'm eager to meet her. I'm not going to spend my 10 of my 14 on this woman. Oui, oui, madame. I shall make sure that the lady hears of it myself. You hear some murmurs from other guests in the vestibule. Your gratitude and enthusiasm seems to have made an impression on them. The doorman seems unfazed. Credibility up! Look at that! I'm credible. Before you can ask any other questions, he bows deeply. Pardon-moi, madame. De Foix instructed me specifically to inform her as soon as you had arrived. We've heard so much about you. Enjoy the party, he says with a smile before leaving. Alright, who to talk to? I'll let you guys choose who we talk to here. 1, the old guy from the tavern. 2, there's a couple here. And 3, 2 ladies. 1 for one man, 2 for a couple, and 3 for 2 ladies. What a grand place this is. It's nuts. People used to live in big houses like this. I guess still do, right, in some places, but... Too many rooms. Bloody hell, how do you dust that thing? Oh wow, everyone says the 2 ladies. A pair of ladies are whispering pss, 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 amongst themselves about some rumour concerning the family of His Majesty King Louis. That information could be useful. You approach a pair of women who are already in the midst of conversation, speaking quickly in low voices. Hello. They don't seem to have noticed you. It's been days since the Queen has made any official appearances at Versailles. One of the women fiercely whispers to the other. One of the women. It is said that the Dauphin's health is worsening, and she spends every minute by his side. Your ears perk up at this. The Queen's eldest son is only 7 years old, but he's been afflicted with consumption for years now. Isn't that like TB or something? Rumours don't have much value, but if there's any evidence to this claim, it could be valuable gossiping indeed. Gossip Queen! He's overcome the condition before, perhaps he'll do it again. Aristocrat. The Aristocats. Eavesdrop. and risk peril going up, or do a little credibility check, an easy credibility challenge. My credibility is not good, so we're going to risk peril, I think. You sip your wine and pretend to be admiring a nearby vase, while keeping your ears perked up and focused on the women's conversation. They don't suspect a thing. I'm not sure a handmaiden told me that a queen privately vowed not to leave her son's side until he slept through the night, but she's been with him for over a week. He keeps waking up in fits of coughing. Vows, specific details, lives in the balance. Now that's what makes good gossip. You've gained a piece of cheap crown gossip. This'll be useful later. You listen to them go back and forth for a little while, and hungrily soak up all the details to this story that you can. Eventually you realize you've been admiring this vase for a suspicious amount of time. Oh, I'm sorry, did we interrupt something? One of them asks, arching a single eyebrow imposingly. I think the conversation would best be continued somewhere more discreet. Oops. Oh my god, that's so much. You gain some peril. Perilous decisions can get you what you want. If your peril bar fills up, it means something unfortunate will happen to you. Be careful. Oh, they're mad at me. Isn't Downton Abbey like in a big house like this? Is that just about one family? I've never seen an episode, but I know people love it. And obviously The Crown is... Wasn't Bridgerton like this as well? Like rich people or something? Rich people and shacks, from what I understand. Marcel appears. A woman in a staggeringly pink dress is approaching you, carrying her pet dog. You nearly mistake the woman standing in front of you for some kind of walking confection. A pampered dog lounges in her arms. I don't believe we've had the chance to properly introduce ourselves. I am Viscountess Marcel de Foix. If you choose not to correct her in case her pronunciation is wrong of Viscountess, for she is that thing and therefore knows what it is. Her voice raises in volume imperceptibly, but it's enough to draw the attention of a large crowd in the room. Everyone, this is Yvette, Armand's fiancée. A murmur of interest washes through the crowd. You feel their eyes focus on you. I'm so glad to see you. Armand, that ambitious little thing, has told me so much about you. In fact, I'd say he's quite infatuated with you. A common girl like yourself, you're so lucky. Credibility. Where is Armand, by the way? Credibility challenge. I feel like my credibility is still pretty low. That's what I was hoping. Do you know where I can find him? Marcel stares at you, concerned and shocked. You don't know where he is, and yet you still came to this little event of mine. She gestures a free hand at the most splendid party you've ever seen in your life. That is so kind of you. Of course, I'll help. Oh, okay. After all, you've already helped me. Armand, that ambitious little rat, was always reaching above his station, asking for people to listen to ideas that nobody should even dare entertain. His audacity truly knew no bounds. Her eyes are focused on you, but she's speaking to the crowd, who seems to whisper in agreement. Even the dog regards you with malice. He eyes me with malice? Now, not only do I find out that he's a coward who's fled his fiancée and the consequences of his gall, but now I have this commoner who doesn't know her place either. I may be a commoner, but at least I know how to treat my guests. I've already got some peril. I'll be good. Why did you invite Armand here? Why? While those craven nationalists in their dingy salons like to hide behind their pamphlets and newsletters, people of quality must be brave enough to denounce our enemies in person. She pauses before speaking to you in a whisper loud enough for the entire room to hear. Don't worry, I don't expect you to understand this. Oh. Your Armand is a conniving, traitorous opportunist who sullies the good name of the entire nobility just by being alive. The only reason he even chose a common girl like you to be his wife is because any lady of good breeding would see him for the weasel that he is. She's like taking all the credibility that she just gave to us. Marcel studies your face intently for a moment. Her voice fills with concern. Oh, you poor girl. Don't look so hurt. Think of this as educational. You don't belong in Paris. The same way that a stray cat doesn't belong in that dress. She gestures dismissively at your finery. How dare you? This cost me 85 of my finest monies. Trying to look like us, act like us. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself. Now leave my estate and never show your face here again. Before you can reply, a valet grabs you roughly by the arm and drags you from the room. People like Defoy don't need to do their own dirty work. They have servants for it. It takes far longer than you'd like to get outside, and the entryway is crowded with guests preparing to leave. You feel their eyes weighing heavily on you. You finally get to the door. You feel a brutish shove, and you stumble out into the courtyard, barely keeping your balance in your heels. The area is equally crowded with various persons entering personal carriages. You hear somebody snicker, but you have no idea who it was. The only thing left to do is to go home. Fine by me. My face was the only pretty thing in that gaudy house anyway. Boiling over with anger, you turn and rain insults upon the house, upon the host, even upon her dog. In fact, you consider throwing your shoe through one of the windows before you remember how much you actually like that shoe. It's then that you notice that several of the carriages have stopped just to watch your display. I love it. It's like a movie. It's been a great film. I'd watch this. I don't really watch period stuff, but I would watch this. Scanning the faces of your new audience, you see... Maybe I actually do. Maybe I should try them. Maybe I'd like them. You see the glaring, unamused faces of the various party guests. Your views on Marcel and the crown in general have not gone unnoticed. The coachmen and valets, on the other hand, think you're hilarious. So I got, okay, favour with some peoples. Lost favour with the crown. Gained favour with the revolution. Yes! You nod to the more appreciative members of your audience before leaving towards your own carriage. When you arrive at the place where your carriage is parked, you quickly find that it isn't. It's gone. You check to make sure you're in the right place, but to no avail. The carriage you hired is simply not there. "He went home," a passing coachman says helpfully, while adjusting the harness on a particularly grumpy horse. "Doorman came out about an hour ago, told him you wanted the coach to leave without you. Seemed real important, so he went home." Before you can even respond, he gets his carriage moving, leaving you alone with yet another indignity. Before going back to Marcel is obviously unacceptable. It's too far to walk home, and most of the other guests have already left. There appear to be 3 other carriages waiting to leave, each of them quite different. Perhaps one of them can help. The carriage to the left. A foreign design, a gilded crest, is its only ornamentation. The crest is emblazoned with a motto in Latin, and appears to belong to a priest of some description. The curtains are drawn, but someone appears to have lit a lantern inside. Judging by the occupant's silhouette, it looks like he's reading. A priest. Or, the carriage in front of you is obviously being used by a soldier of some sort. The driver is leaning intently towards the passenger compartment, waiting for orders. You recognize the insignia of the Queen's dragoons on the side of the carriage. Noble, proud, capable. A man of honor. The carriage to your right is richly decorated, yet somber. Swags of black pancakes hang from the roof of the carriage, leaving only glimmers of the gold underneath. The decidedly feminine bent of the decorations indicates that the occupant is a woman, but all of the black suggests she's in mourning. A wealthy widow. So we have to make a choice. We have a priest, we have the military, or we have a took better widow, or dressed in black she's Lady Crane, who was pretty interesting and who we went with in the demo, and I would honestly like to continue that. But that's the choice you have to make. I wonder if this is like a really big like start of game choice, like who you pick. Whether this is what's going to lead us down certain paths. I'm pretty curious. And I also I don't really want to commit to church or military, so I'm going to go this way. And see what happens. A wealthy widow helping a lost soul in need. It works in the books. Let's go. Settled in your decision, you set out, ready to entrust your fortune to a mysterious stranger. The coachman pays no heed as you approach the sumptuously decorated carriage. Normally you find yourself to be quite fearless in social situations, but something about this whole scenario gives you pause. Should you knock on the door, call out, you've heard the courtiers in Versailles grow out one of their fingernails so they can scratch on the door as it's considered less disruptive, but rather creepy. Locked in the cycle of indecision, you curse the fact that you cut your nails this morning. What seems to be troubling you, madame? Calls out the voice from inside the carriage. Madame, my fiancé lost. Host denounced. Carriage gone. Help? How tragic, replies the voice with a trace of amusement. What kind of person would I be if I didn't take pity on such a helpless soul? Madame Gazelle. Renee, the door, please. With that, Renee the coachman hops down from his box and opens the door for you. He wears the same colourful livery, is it livery or livery, of most servants, but it's adorned with a black badge on his breast. You squint to peer at the woman inside, but to no avail. Between the swags of black crepe obscuring the windows and the lack of lanterns within the carriage, the inside is shrouded in gloom. A delicate, pale hand reaches out from the darkness to you. You take her hand and step inside. I like the vibes of this one. There she is. What's she drinking? Is that water? What kind of wine is that colour? White wine, I guess. After a few seconds, your eyes... It just looks very grey. It looks like she's drinking silver. After a few seconds, your eyes adjust to the shadows, and you see the woman in front of you. She's older than yourself, but younger than you'd expect. Dressed in luxurious morning clothes, she reclines easily in her seat, clutching a fine glass filled with water. Oh, it is water. Well, there you go. A water drinker. What are you, some kind of water drinker? My name is Honorade. What should I call you, madam? Just Yvette, s'il vous plaît. Just Yvette it is, then, she replies with a shrug. Shall we be off? She knocks delicately on the roof compartment, and with a clean crack of the coachman's whip, the carriage makes way towards Paris. You see how much I stumble? Every time I do that when I'm reading a book for the podcast, I have to go back and delete it and start over again. I don't leave that stuff in for the podcast, just in case anyone's wondering. They're like, Morph has a podcast reading books. I don't really want to hear him going blah, blah, blah. At night, okay? I go back and I redo it. I reread the line. It's fine. Happens a lot. Well, I saw you a few times during the party tonight. I know that you're new to Paris. We never had a chance to properly introduce ourselves. However, I did manage to hear about your most unfortunate run-in with our host. Why were they so dreadfully cruel to you? They're enemies with my lost fiancé, and wanting to snub him by berating me. Honorade doesn't speak for a while. Am I pronouncing her name right? Again, that sounds like a Spanish name to me, but maybe it's just European. Instead, choosing to stare into her glass of water with an expression of surprise and disgust. How vile, she replies, to find a person who has been beset by such great misfortune and then to mistreat them so. Just a posture among one's cohorts, that is truly despicable. You must be quite strong to endure such dreadful treatment. Favor. She examines you intently while she sips her water. I assume you are already planning your revenge, no? I know I would be. After a long silence, Honorade leans over to the window and looks out through one of the few spots not obscured by black crepe. Now, I'm sure you already know just how dangerous it is to accept rides home from strangers. We could be going anywhere right now, and you wouldn't even know it. You're slightly uncomfortable, probably because she's making a good point. You stop to wonder if you'd be any good at leaping from a moving carriage. Honorade interrupts your train of thought. But of course, the best way to fix that is by not being strangers. Ask me some questions, so you may judge my character. What would you like to know? How do you know the host? Would you believe that I don't? Not really, at least. She chuckles, haha, into her glass before taking it a leisurely sip. Of course. Now that I know what they did to you, I have no intention of getting to know that conniving wretch. Till a few years ago, I was actually quite the homebody. My husband's textile mills made more than enough money for me to live a life of leisure, which he was happy to let me do, though I'm sure he was frustrated by my unwillingness to attend the big parties that his clients would throw. Crowds don't really suit me, you see. I prefer more intimate gatherings. However, when Charles passed, I kept getting invitations. He had so many friends, and I hated the idea of letting him down more than the idea of being in a room filled with people that I don't care about, so I started going. Listen to me. That was certainly more than you asked for. How about you? What made you come to sweet Paris? I'll do anything for love. I was sick of my life in the country. I'd always dreamed of being in Paris, a city at the center of the world. We'll be a bright-eyed common girl. She may only be a few years older than you, but the way Honorade smiles at your answer is almost nostalgic. Running away to the beauty of Paris, to see and be seen among the philosophers and the persons of fashion. Oh, nice. Pick the right one. That's really sweet. And I'm not just making fun. You are a sweet woman. Perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself, but I imagine the next question you'll ask me is how long I've been in mourning for. She's not wrong. She sighs. A reasonable question, though not one I like answering. As of last week, it's been 2.5 years. You maintain a neutral expression, but can't help but dwell on the fact that 2.5 years is far longer than any prescribed period of mourning. You've heard of widows wearing a black weeper on their gowns for a few months longer than most, but this is something else entirely. You're very polite. Most, when they hear that, take it upon themselves to chide me for my breach of decency. What do you think? Is 2.5 years too long to mourn for lost love? Something romantic about casting aside decency for the sake of grief. Mourning has a set length for a reason. Life is for the living. One should take as long as they like, but they can't do it forever. I like 1 and 3. But I'll go take as long as you like, but don't do it forever. Despite her mournful trappings, you haven't yet seen Honorade look particularly forlorn. Until now. Oh. Her knowing, devilish demeanour cracks for a moment. Her eyes take on a faraway, melancholy look to them. That is exactly how he would have put it. You're both right. One can't grieve forever. So much of life left to live. Dude, I am acing this right now. However, Honorade gestures the luxurious gloom about her. I feel that the trappings suit me, no? The journey to your home in Paris lasts for a long time, but it doesn't feel that way. Honorade plays the part of hostess wonderfully, always managing to guide the conversation in a satisfying direction. Unlike so many other of the persons you've met in Paris, she seems completely uninterested in polite small talk, focusing instead on interesting subjects. Love, loss, passion, transgression. You barely notice it when the carriage arrives at your home. Without interrupting you, Honorade signals to Renee. The coachman silently hops from his box at the head of the carriage and opens the door for you. Honorade offers her hand to help you up as you get out of your seat. When you take your hand, you find yourself looking into her eyes. Yvette, may I ask you to do something for me? Certainly. When I introduced myself earlier, I told you to call me Honorade. Now that I've spoken with you a little more, I've had a change of heart. I would much prefer if you called me Madame Gazelle when you address me. Would you be comfortable with that? Yes, Madame Gazelle. Marvelous. She helps you down from the carriage and into the street in front of your house. Hopefully we shall meet again. Bonne nuit, Yvette, she says to you before Renee closes the carriage door. Soon, with the crack of his whip, the coachman spurs the horse into action, and the carriage winds through the streets and disappears into the night. Madame Gazelle! You turn to your home and see that Camille is already there, holding the door open for you. Simp. Who is that, she asks. A very intriguing woman, one that I'm hoping to see more of. Your mind brimming with new possibilities, you step inside and head upstairs, slowly get undressed and open your journal to record exactly what transpired tonight.
Hey, Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us, you say. Look at the timing. Dear diary, look at us. Who would have thought, in Paris, with a widow, she got the bigger boobie? Reese's Pieces coming in with the tier 3. Thank you so much for 70 months. Get some love and some hype in the chat. A benefactor of Bear Island. Some amazing, incredible, very generous support. I appreciate it. 70 months, a really long time, dude. And a tier 3 as well. I appreciate you. Thank you. Happy Friday. Right, now I'm going to drink a gallon of water because I can already feel this is a lot of reading. We're an hour in and my throat's going, I'm dry. Whilst you read the success of the after party report. We're going to take it to that confectionery of a woman. Sweet Waters. The private gathering. Novelty lost 90. So that's my dress. We lost a little bit of novelty on my dress. We got some cheap crown gossip. We lost credibility. We got 10 peril. Lost some favor with Elizabeth. Oh, the Queen. And 6 with Honorade. Anyone keep a diary? Or has kept a diary, like, recently? I feel like I'm sure a lot of people did, like, at school and stuff. But does anyone journal? I should say journaling. Like, journaling is I think the term for it these days, isn't it? I journal. My thoughts. I've heard a few times that actually just, like, writing your thoughts for, like, 10 minutes at the start of each day and maybe at the end is very helpful. Just like a sort of stream of consciousness kind of thing. Which I feel like I kind of do. Like, I make notes a lot. I have like 4 notepads left to me, and I'm just like constantly trying to get the ideas down on paper. And I have like spreadsheets and stuff as well with schedules and stuff to help me, but I find the physical act of writing things very, very helpful in terms of like just deadlines and stuff like that. Not even like feelings and thoughts, but just stuff with like, you know, content and, oh, I need to do this, and to-do lists I find pretty helpful. But there's something really, it's different to typing on a computer when you use a pen and paper, at least for me, I find. Chapter 1. So, we made it through the prologue. I think we're almost at where the demo ended, which I'm excited to get to. So we're kind of replaying the demo right now, and then getting to, the good stuff. I think before the next party is when it ended. I started journaling every day at the beginning of the last year. It's so satisfying going back and looking at the pages. Sometimes Type 1 had a small 365-day diary thing. Asks you a question each day. Oh, that's cool. A little prompt to help. Love old diaries that I used to keep back in the day. Write 3 sentences about what they did. Started a second journal just for ideas I want to do. Bullet journaling, but never kept it up. I forget everything if I don't write it down. I rely on my ever-diminishing memory. Journals and diaries have become TikTok and Twitter. True, that's a good point. Hello, good morning, TikTok. Just ate some fruit, and there's gonna be so many accounts out there doing that. Just getting like 2 views at a time. You awaken the next morning in a bed that still feels unfamiliar. In the process of waking up, you start to recall the last night's humiliations and wish that they were merely the product of your fitful dreams. Unable to go back to sleep, you spend some time tossing and turning in a bed before finally sitting up. Nothing is going to make last night go away. The only option is deciding what to do next. You feel exhausted, not physically, but in your very soul. Mondays be like your fate in Paris has already been decided, and to remain here would be pointless. It would just be the humiliations of last night, over and over again. However, stronger than that exhaustion is the simmering rage you feel at the outrageousness of your circumstances at the injustice of your treatment and at the thought of going back to your tiny village after finally making it here to Paris. No, you must not go back. You cannot go back, not while a single candle of your ambition still burns. And burn it shall, they'll all burn. Camille pops into your room, already dressed and ready for the day. Bonjour, she beams. It looks like you had quite an active night. Is there anything I can get you? A pillow and smother me, darling. Do you know how to make a murder look like an accident? Unfortunately, madame, the only things I've killed are rats, fish, chickens, and one porcupine. Those didn't look very accidental either. I don't think I'll be able to help with murder. Now, if you wanted me to clean up after a murder, that I could do. Still, I can't let you start your morning without something to drink. It wouldn't be healthy. What can I get you? Tea. Camille returns so quickly with the tea that you're certain she made it ahead of time. Cute! It's piping hot, fragrant, and not too bitter. You drink the brew in silence, the gears of your mind slowly getting up to speed. The tiredness fades. Your anger does not. You take a few moments to finish your drink in silence and collect your thoughts. Something that keeps coming to mind is all the gossip you've heard during your time at the party. Most of it was idle prattle, but some of it felt scandalous and valuable. Without an inheritance or a job, you'll need a way to make some money. Maybe someone would be willing to buy this gossip. Camille taps her chin thoughtfully. Well, when I was at Les Hell the other day... Dunno, Les Halls? Les Halles? Halloumi. Someone mentioned something about a newspaper with these amazing society pages. I think it was called Le Trompote de Peuple. Le Trompote de Peuple is now available to visit in the Paris map. They'd have to get their stories from somewhere. Why not you? In fact, I bet you'd be great at that. I've gone from Baroness to be to gossip monger. Great. Just great. With that, your day begins. Doi, doi, doi. I like the soundtrack. It's like very, very scene setting and immersive, isn't it? Like they really nailed it. I can picture myself on the streets of Paris once again. What's up, Joan? Happy Friday. And to the trumpet. Which is what? The trumpet of the people, I would assume. A popular, if unscrupulous newspaper. Spend the day here to sell gossip. Da, 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 da. Newspapers suck, huh? Like, gossipy ones, when you think about it. Like, we have some papers here that I really just am like, you are part of the downfall of society, you know? Stop. Stop. But actually, the push towards online is even worse, so who knows? But that drive for clicks, you know? What happened to journalism? Where's my soapbox? You walk through the city, following Camille's directions. Eventually you find yourself threading through narrower and narrower streets, the alleys packed with refuse and the occasional vagrant napping in the shade. It feels almost oppressive in their closeness. Yeah, tabloids and stuff, I mean, yeah. Suddenly, the alleys open up into wider streets near a square. You hear the splashing of a fountain nearby. You finally find the sign for Le Trompote de Peuple. The paint appears to be fresh, but the office awfully small. But also not even gossip stuff, but then just like stuff that is clearly, you know, when it's like really biased and it's like leaning and just trying to control people's minds and how they think about stuff like politically and stuff. Ugh, no time for it. The door is locked. You give it a knock. Nobody answers. Looking around, you find a hastily written note lodged in the doorframe. Office temporarily closed. Engaging in emergency fundraising efforts. We apologize for the inconvenience. Management. Fear not this setback. The light of journalism shall never fade. It's at that moment you realize the splashing in the fountain is getting louder. Splash, splash. Accompanied by some of the most inventive profanity you've ever heard. Against your better judgment, you decide to investigate. Ah! A reedy voice shouts triumphantly. I prefer the cryptid tabloids. Why is that not a thing? I've like recently looked. Why is there not more news out there? Okay, like I need my updates. Where was the latest sightings? Right? Unbelievable. You come upon a man in grubby finery, up to his knees in the fountain. His shoes have carefully been placed at the water's edge. He does a little jig as he drops a wet coin into his snuff box, which is clutched tightly in his other hand, and his buttocks are clenched. Noticing your presence, the man in the fountain turns to you with a nod and a smile that attempts to be ingratiating. Bonjour, madame. Are you serious? This is your emergency fundraising? The stranger's smile sours, and he marches out of the fountain. I shall have you know that fundraising is far more difficult than it appears. Even the most noble of men must occasionally stoop low to accomplish great things. Now what do you want? He's still buying some gossip. I suppose you could say that, yes, our social pages are the most popular section and we're always looking for new material. Keep it believable, I'm not wasting my money on fabrications. Maintaining his look of indignity, he glances into his dripping wet snuff box. You take coins, right? So we have some gossip to sell. The Queen was recently seen bedecked in a spectacular new diamond necklace, a sign of royal power or unnecessary excess. Increase or decrease the power of the crown by a small amount. They both say the same. I thought we had also gossip about her son, right? But it's not changing what's over here. I don't know if that's another bug. Okay. Peddle influence or sell gossip. Well, we need the money. Are you sure you'd like to sell this gossip? There's no chance. There should be no chance of the public finding out. Wait, what? If you do this, there should be no chance of the public finding out. So wait, if I peddle influence, is that how the public find out? Huh? But I want them to find out if I'm selling it. It's going to be in the paper, isn't it? Peddle influence. Cheap crown gossip for free. Merci beaucoup, madame. How would you like to present the royal... present this to them? If you do this, there should be no chance of the public finding out. What? But it's me, I guess, if I sell it, but... that sentence doesn't make sense. Increase the power of the crown, decrease the power of the crown. Well, I'll just sell it for money. And this one. Fresh gossip. Okay. Maybe I should have done the tutorial again. You wake up the next morning to a polite knock on your bedroom door frame. Whoa, I made some good money selling that. That's why they do it, isn't it? Camille enters. Lots of letters for you here. The letter written in elaborate calligraphy and sealed in stamped wax. Oh, calligraphy is so cool, like when people do awesome writing. Appears to be an invitation to a party. The other letters, cradled in Camille's arms, are of similar type. Why would anyone invite me to a party? Well, madame, you're a little famous right now, Camille replies. Everyone's heard about your run-in with that dreadful party host a few days ago. How they preyed upon your honor and spirited away your carriage driver, leaving you trapped and alone. You don't think that's exactly how it happened, but decide against fretting over the details. Camille starts to talk faster and faster. Then, when all was lost, you were saved by a beautiful stranger who escorted you home in the moonlit night. It's so romantic, no? Oh, the rumors are already running rampant. Why, just in the market the other day, I heard someone say that you've taken a liking to... Camille stops, stares into space, and blushes. Never mind that. Never mind what? It's just rumors from the marketplace, madam. Nothing you should dignify. In any case, this is your chance to meet people in the city who don't hate you, or Monsieur Armand. You've received many party invitations. In fact, I'm sure that anyone who really judges you fairly is going to love you. Do you know what? Let's have the tutorial for this one. Refresh my mind. The voice is a British for French setting. Yeah, it's just an American-made production of a European thing. It's fine. Brits for everything. Request the attendance of Madame Yvette de Coe. It's like Tom Cruise in that one where he was a German soldier and he's like, God damn. God damn, I'm a German over here. Listen here, Hitler. I know I work for you, but... Request the attendance of Madame Yvette de Coe to his choir recital on 26th of March, 1789. It might be a good film. I've never seen it. In my mind, I just heard that was... I was like, I'm not going to be able to get immersed. What's that one called? Valkyrie, I think. I'm here to assassinate you. They should have known he was the double agent all along with that accent. Unbelievable. Who could have seen this coming? The intimate party is sure to be the very height of cheerful gaiety. Wait. You've just been invited to several parties. Camille will show you new invitations as you receive them. Choose to accept or decline and decide which parties you'll attend. Choose close to skip and choose later. Parties take a whole day, but you can find gossip and advanced stories there. Okay. So I can attend as many as I want, but obviously I've got to pay attention to my exhaustion. Right? Let's go to the churchy one. Sure. Madame Revelon requests the attendance to her wine tasting. Bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie, the bourgeoisie, the proletariat. Wait, it's proletariat is like, well, bourgeoisie is the richies, right? Is it that way around? I did sociology at college, but I can't remember. I'm down for wine tasting. We'll rest afterwards, it's fine. Ooh, and then maybe I have to pick one here. We have an opera. Me at the opera. For crown gossip. For a duke. Or Madame Bailey. A poetry salon. An intimate party. An effervescent celebration. Revolution gossip. That one. Yes. Definitely the revolution. Let's hear some poetry and get some snaps going. And then a military ball. I guess we'll just meet everyone. But we left the crown out. To the queen, you know? Sorry, your majesty, please. You can select any invitation on the calendar to see more details about it. Decide to attend a party the same day you receive an invitation. Gives you a small bonus credibility. Okay, so just do it straight away, I guess. Probably need another outfit. Right. Do. Okay, so then incidents. What do we have here? Rumourmongers. It appears you're not the only person hunting for gossip in Paris. If you're quick enough, you might be able to snatch some choice morsels from your competition. Not everyone visiting Paris has the wry subtlety that you've grown used to. Some are far more blunt. It's not always a bad thing. Ooh, shocking gossip. A fabric shortage. Due to recent fabric shortage, it appears a certain dressmaker you know might be in need of a favour. Perils of journalism. Pierre, your erstwhile employer, works in a field where one makes quite a few enemies. Peril. Well, let's get the good gossip down here. And drink some more water. Well. Proletariat is the working class. Ah. Eat the rich. Monty is a princess. Listen here, you queen. We've had enough of you giving orders. You decide to spend the day wandering the fountain square. It's a warm day. Plenty of people will be congregating there, which usually means it's a good place for finding information. Perhaps you'll be able to find something that Pierre would find valuable. You survey the area, and everyone here already looks like they have someone to talk to, which is concerning. Approaching a stranger is easy. Approaching a group of them by yourself is far more daunting. Curse the audacity of these strangers. How dare they have friends, right? You spot a man who has just taken a seat by himself at the table of a nearby cafe. He spread out a great sheet of paper and weighed down the corners with empty saucers. You approach him, but he doesn't acknowledge you at first and appears totally lost in the document. From the looks of it, it's some kind of diagram or blueprint. Ah, bonjour, madame, he says without looking up. His accent is foreign, but you're unable to place it. It sounds either Austrian or Hungarian. Ah, my name is Christoph, if that's what you were going to ask. What business is it that you have here? See how I'm doing a bad accent which doesn't really place in any one place in particular, because that's how she hears it, you see, that's good acting. indulging in curiosity. What are you doing? Right now, I'm studying a 400-year-old church to determine why it hasn't fallen down, despite a complete lack of renovations in the last 100 years. The priest has insisted to me that this is a miracle, but I can't imagine the Lord using miracles to reward a century of shoddy maintenance. He gestures to the chair across from him. Please, take a seat. You do so and settle in, finally feeling a little more comfortable in the situation. Without taking his eyes off the document, he waves over a waitress and orders you some coffee. When it arrives, you take a sip. It is coffee, sweet, strong and hot, and quite invigorating. Ooh, I lost a level of exhaustion. Nice. Judging from your interest in the affairs of strangers, I also imagine you have a thirst for the gossip, yes? Well, this is true. You're not sure if he had to put it quite so cynically. To that end, would you prefer to learn something interesting about the military or the revolution? I have traveled very much from Sweden through Austria through Hungary. I would like to learn about the revolution. As I suspected, he sighs. Here's what I have learned. He spends the next few minutes detailing some gossip concerning the revolution. Certainly an interesting story, but something about the whole exchange feels rather untoward. Without the pretense of intrigue, it seems heartless, mercantile. Shocking, revolutionary gossip, but lost credibility. The two of you talk a little longer, but the conversation eventually winds down. He pauses to check his pocket watch and says, I'm sorry, but I must head to the Bastille. If I'm to study it, I will need to do so before I lose sunlight. Au revoir, madame. Before he packs up all of his materials and drops some coins on the table for your respective refreshments. He departs, and you decide to leave as well before it gets too dark. What a nice guy. The 25th of March. The next morning, you wake up from a long night's rest feeling pretty much the same as you did last night. Now that you think about it, you've been feeling tired since that terrible party a few nights ago. Oh, we need to buy a new dress before a party comes. Camille enters the room carrying some breakfast. Bonjour, madame. You look unwell. Nicely spotted, Camille. I also feel unwell. Well, don't worry. This sort of thing used to happen to Monsieur Armand all the time. He would attend all these parties and forget that sometimes he needs a rest. Armand was always the sort of person who'd burn the candle at both ends. In fact, you were both often guilty of this, which is one of the reasons the two of you got along so well together. The more parties he attended, the more exhausted he was, which made things harder and harder for him. Remember, madame, instead of spending the day outside, you can always rest at home for a day to recover your strength. There's nothing wrong with taking a break every now and then. Home is available on the Paris map. Do you think you'll be staying in tonight, madame? I only have one exhaustion. I'm going out. If you insist, madame, Camille replies with some hesitance, but you brush it off and continue with your day. Because we have a party tomorrow. So let's go get a new dress for the church. What's here? The Premier Theatre. Right. To Le Petit Mogul. Shopping, shopping, shopping. That... Ooh, I can't afford it. Can I afford any of... Oh my god, the prices have gone up. But we don't want to wear the same thing twice. Maybe I just buy this 36 one as a little extra. Yeah. Shoppity shop, shop, shop. And now it's the party. Alright, so we wore that one last time. We don't want to wear two in a row. We'll wear this one. Or actually, do you know what? This is the church. Maybe we should just cover up and go like this. They won't judge us. Because actually, they'd probably be anti, like, the fanciness, wouldn't they? They're like, ah, yes, humble. Look at her, so humble, right? Look, 0. At least we don't lose anything. I'll wear that. They like provincial dresses. Sometimes they like a caraca ensemble and humbled skirts. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess preparations. You check a tiny mirror you keep in the carriage to see what you're wearing. to see that you're wearing your provincial outfit to a party being held by the church. The guests have no strong feelings. Your credibility has not changed. With preparations like this, the results tonight could be a toss-up. The party. Now, if this was set in the Germany, then we could do everybody with an accent. That'd be fun. I'm going to try and drink before every scene, because otherwise I will actually ruin my throat. You step down out of your carriage and you hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. Psst, 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 that's her. Psst, 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 psst. She got roasted. Psst, psst, psst. There's a small line in the vestibule. As guests are waiting to get in, while you're standing in this line, you manage to overhear an interesting rumor. Unfortunately, you can feel the exhaustion set in as soon as you look past the door towards the enormous crowd of party guests. It's going to be a long night. Egghead, what's going on? Met you before, didn't I? How's it going? What's egg in French? I feel like I know, but also I don't know. A servant checks your invitation and everything seems to be in order. I'm not going to give them a gift of wine. It's a church. Oof. Lady Oof. Ah, Lady Oof. We meet again. She curtsies as you pass by and enter the party. Ah, Tooth Oof. Yes, that's right. You'd been to the dentist, hadn't you? That's right. Lady Toothy Oofy there. Oh, okay, so... There's someone else in an outfit like mine. But also, these two look interesting. Sitting at the high table. I'm between these two. One for this fancy-looking guy with a mane on his head and this red head. Or two for this lady who looks like us. Or maybe that is us. I don't know. And this guy. So maybe I'm either talking to the guy opposite me or go and speak to these peeps. Just get up during the choir recital there. What do you think? Speak to my peoples. Why is there a woman here who looks so much like you? Oh, this seems interesting. You all said this one anyway. I got a doppelgänger. While circling the party, you happen to notice something very strange. At first you thought you had been looking in a mirror, but something was simply off about the whole thing. How odd. You walk over to inspect said mirror, but you're interrupted by someone in the middle of your approach. Ah, Madame Deco, I'm pleased to see you again. Would you be willing to indulge me for a moment so we might be able to discuss our business again? You still remember everything we went over, no? You have no idea who the devil this is. Of course, the business we did, which I know so much about. He pauses to examine you for a moment, which makes sense. That lie could have been more confident. I'm glad to hear you have everything in order. So many of my clients usually decide to barrage me with ceaseless questions. As I was saying, you approached me earlier in the evening and you said you were interested in borrowing a substantial amount of money. Of course, the interest rate will be significant, but you've already convinced me that this isn't worth worrying about. I'm getting identity frauded. He steps back and looks you up and down, puzzled by something. If I may be so bold as to ask, why did you change your outfit? Better yet, what do you think of it? You look absolutely magnifique, he replies, caught off guard by your question. It was quite the bold choice to change clothes in the middle of an event, though a touch unusual now that I consider it. Blush for me, boy. He talks with you a while longer, and it appears that just wait till we get into the romance, okay? He already intends to loan you a large sum of money. A sum so large that he couldn't possibly pay it back. You try to dismiss the thought, but he's turned out to be quite insistent, which makes sense, as anyone loaning money with a high interest rate is secretly hoping you'll never be able to fully pay them back. Why else would they do it? Talking with him a bit longer, You manage to both excuse yourself and convince him that you need more time. I need a more time to think on this positively life-ruining decision. However, your first real priority is finding this mysterious woman who is pretending to be you. Is this going to be some witchcraft? How does someone look like me convincing enough to, you know, get alone in my name? Intriguing. Face Off. Ambition, directed by John Woo. Let's go over here. So that's for gossip. Let me see then. That is also gossip. Gossip. So these are all getting gossip, and then this is Ludovico. Favor. And Alex. So there's actually some characters over there, I think. And this is just gossip. Well, let's go get favor with people. You notice two men sequestered off to the side in a chapel, speaking in low tones while their eyes glance furtively about even. The sight alone is enough to draw you towards it like a devout pilgrim towards a holy place. Indeed, I've heard some rather fascinating things amongst the priests that I know, but even now I fear the wrong person might overhear it. We're two of a kind then. Some of my friends have remained in the military, and they have a lot to say about the sorry state of affairs there. I can barely keep such things to myself, but the risks are too great. I'm simply too close to the story, and the consequences for indiscretion could be dire indeed. I suppose we have nothing to discuss then. Even at this distance, you can see that these men are so overflowing with the desire to spill their respective secrets and flying over the church that it would be a trivial task to get them to speak. However, if they're to be believed, you'll anger the members of whatever group that you take their gossip from. They're starting to walk away from each other. Hello, can I speak English, please? Thank you. Who should you follow? I want rumours connected to the church, the military. I'm like undecided who I... Maybe I want to rubbish the church. But military, if we want to be revolutionary, then disparaging the military could be good, right? To like start a revolution. Propaganda. Right? Let's be anti-military, pro-revolution, I think. As they part ways, you follow the former soldier at a distance, and you catch up to him in different parts of the party, far from his erstwhile companion. Good afternoon, madam, he says in surprise as you approach him. He almost doffs his hat to you before remembering that he isn't actually wearing a hat. Your efforts to pry the secrets from this man are so easy, you almost feel bad for him. He may have fought in the Americas, but in this battle of wits, he's completely unarmed. Look at that goober of a face. You played yourself.gif. Of course, there are obvious consequences for dealing with a man who clearly can't keep a secret. It won't be long before the entire army knows that you sought out rumors about them. Ooh. Lost favor with Alex. So this Alex is going to be whoever the military guy is. Romance option. The conversation that follows afterwards is decent if nothing else. That's especially good because you'll have to keep talking with him for some time. This dance has a particular rhythm, and one can't leave too early, lest they risk arousing further suspicion. The moment you spot a polite opening in the conversation, you manage to break away. All things considered, it feels like a success. Cool. So every party is about sort of picking where we want to get some gossip. And then probably every so often a story beat's going to happen. And we're now beyond, well beyond what we had played before, so it's all new. So we have rewards. The king oh my gosh, why is this written in this doctor's writing? The king plans to weigh in on a legal case where an enlisted man struck an officer during an argument. A bishop has called for the censorship of an opera. Okay. Lost a bit of novelty on my dress. It appears that you are being talked about, and not in a good way. Specifically, Marcel has been seen at multiple parties spreading scurrilous rumors about you. Scurrilous and scurrilous and spurious. She still happens to hold quite a bit of clout, and this is simply not good for you. Credibility! Unfortunately, there's not much you can really do about the whole affair. They simply have the upper hand at the moment. And so, in Paris, life goes on. Our next party with the bourgeoisie. How's my exhaustion? 2. We should probably stay home. But I only have the option for explore. How do I rest? Maybe I have to explore today. Or maybe home's on here, actually. Ah, there it is, yeah. I think I'm going to bring my exhaustion down. A day at home after a... Camille, the choir recital took it out of me, let me tell you. Listening to that buffoon. You decide to take the day off and you spend some time at home resting and recuperating. What's your go-to recuperation, guys? When you're fully like, I am wiped, I am taking the day or the evening or the morning. Like, what's your thing where you go, right, I'm running a bath, right, I'm going to make some tea, right, I'm going to order pizza, I'm going to watch my favorite shows. Like, where does your brain go? Mine's like always food as a reward, which I know is terrible, but like, I don't know, if I'm taking a beat, I don't really take a day, but if I'm taking a beat, I'm like, right, let me order some food and then I'll sit and like watch something with it, and that'll just be my you know, or just take like a hot shower for 10 minutes and then get back to work. Workaholic. After spending the day and taking care of yourself and doing some light reading, you finally feel recharged. The exhaustion that had been affecting you before has passed. Yeah, I'm definitely not like asking you guys, you know, in terms of like taking notes here. That's not my... What's that you do? How do you relax? What's that? Make a tea. With that... Oh, that did all of my exhaustion. With that complete, you turn your focus upon other matters that demand your attention. That's cool that it did both. Sleeping, showering, TikToking. Oh my god, TikTok is so good for just switching your brain off, just scrolling. Just totally mind-numbingly scrolling. Love it. Sleeping, reading, sweatpants, and Animal Crossing. Chilling with the cat. Yes, cat hugs. Very, very therapeutic. Oh! I didn't mean to click. Damn these fingers. Snacks and a movie. Today's your recharge day. A eucalyptus spearmint candle. Oh, lighting a candle. That's a nice little ritual. Opening it up, you find a letter from Honorade written in flowing cursive. It might be your imagination, but you think that it has the slightest hint of perfume on the letter. Well. Cher Yvette, it was truly a pleasure to have your company in the ride home from that otherwise dreary party. Still, I see that the thought that our host was allowed to ridicule you, in front of all those people no less, such a thing must not go unpunished. This is why I've been digging in some rather dark corners of the city. I have some information that you will find quite interesting. Honorade goes on to describe a particular fountain deep in the city. She'd like to meet with you in secret. She's worried about someone intercepting the letter. Is your enemy really that powerful? Oh, please meet me there as soon as I can, and I'll share what I've learned. Beyond affectus commonte, Honorade. Using your map, it doesn't take long to figure out where this fountain is. Let's go. Le Fontaine. There we go. Laying in bed, a show movie I've seen many times. Playing a mindless game on my Switch or phone. Letting a cat sleep next to me, drifting out sleep. Nice. You leave the house earlier than usual that morning, uncertain of how long it'll take you to walk to the fountain that Honorade mentioned in her letter to you. Given you're still new to skullduggery, you decide... I love so many good words in this. You decided to dress in darker clothes and stuck to comfortable walking shoes. Surprisingly enough, you manage to find the fountain without getting turned around. It seemed like the perfect place for a meeting like this. There's just enough people wandering around that you won't draw attention, but also few enough you'll be able to find somewhere secluded to talk. Looking around, you can't spot Madame Gazelle anywhere, so you decide to take a seat at the edge of the fountain. I wonder if she's going to be in disguise. In an outfit. It makes sense to be visible enough that she'll be able to find you without any flashy waving or signalling. You get comfortable, smooth out your skirts, and pause for a moment to reflect on the decision that led you to a point in your life where you're having a secret rendezvous with a glamorous widow to learn the secrets of your most hated enemies. If anything, they must have been some good decisions. Main character energy, baby. She's sitting there, main character energy. This is my story. It's my Netflix show. After only a few minutes of waiting by the fountain, Honorade's carriage pulls up, and René, Honorade's trusted coachman, steps down off his box to open the door for her. It's the middle of the day, but the inside of the luxuriously decorated carriage is still shrouded in gloom. Honorade steps down from the carriage. Bonjour, Yvette. Bonjour, Yvette. I hope you haven't been waiting long. Just imagine it's a girl's voice, it's fine. Please step inside. I would rather not share this information whilst in public. Merci. Je t'en prie, she replies before offering her hand and helping you into the carriage. Nobody knows that you don't actually speak French. As with before, it takes a few moments for your eyes to adjust to the oppressive darkness within. This doesn't actually look like that gloomy. I wonder what the decorations of the other ones are like. Right? And also, I thought it said black stuff was hanging down. Madame Gazelle follows you inside and takes up her normal seat across from you. With a silent signal to René, the carriage takes off. She sips at her glass of water and it's interesting that she doesn't drink, right? Is that because she's in mourning? And spends a few moments simply looking you over? Like, is that a rule? If you're officially still in mourning, not to drink? You're not really sure what she's looking for. After a while, she seems satisfied and continues. Since you're here, I'll assume that you read my letter. It's possible that you're more forgiving than myself. But the thought of what happened to you that night makes me livid. At first, I admittedly knew very little about Marcel, but the more I started learning about her, the less I liked. Now that I've gotten to know her better, I'm not surprised at all that she would be so contemptible. So I did what anyone else would do. I held meetings with many of her business partners as I could, claiming to be interested in investing in my husband's fortune. They of course fell all over themselves in order to meet with me and tried to part me from my late husband's money. During those meetings, I asked about Marcel's family investments, and I pretended to be very impressed with whatever they told me. However, in that whole time, I couldn't find evidence that any of her family's investments were older than 30 years or so. 30 years is a long time for a single person, but that's not how the aristocratic families see the world. The Gazelle's family fortune is 40 years old, and we're still derided as new money. Honorade pauses to sip her water and sneer at some unseen adversary. As if recent success was something to be ashamed of. To put it simply, why would her family pretend that their fortune is older than it is? That gaudy wretch is hiding something about her money. Knowing what she's like in public, anything she wants to hide must be dark indeed. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Oh my, yes, she answers, making no attempt to hide how much she is relishing the current situation. I like you, and I despise Marcel. A simple statement of facts. The idea of you toppling that tasteless wretch is extremely satisfying. Keep in mind that if you were going to bring about her ruin, the best time to do so would be on April 24th, the night of her birthday masquerade. She chuckles to herself at the thought. It's her birthday, so she'll make every effort to keep all the attention on herself, which means that any damaging revelations you happen to bring to light will be impossible to ignore. Of course, to do this, you'll need to find both evidence and an invitation. Given what I saw from you that night, I have a feeling that you and I share a flair for the dramatic. I expect that whatever you choose to do will be suitably poetic, considering what she's done to you. Dramatic? Me? Am I the drama? Madame Gazelle signals to René and the carriage begins to roll to a stop. Pulling back the curtains for a moment, you realize that you're already outside your home. While we must unfortunately part ways, Honorade says as René opens the door, I wish you the best of luck in your quest for vengeance. She helps you down from the carriage, and with the crack of the whip, her carriage departs and winds its way into the city. You stop to think about this new information. Marcel is a wealthy aristocrat, but her fortune appears to be younger than she claims. Seems like this knowledge could be useful, but you'll have to dig deeper. Ooh, I know I can research her. If you're going to bring her to ruin, be ready by April 24th. Will be. So we have a month less then. You wake up to the sound of someone knocking on your door downstairs. Before you can get up, Camille cheerily calls out, "I'll get it." When she answers the door, you hear her spend a minute talking with a man whose harsh voice you don't recognize. When their conversation finishes, Camille heads up to your room. Madame, we need to talk about the rent and my wages. Who was that at the door? That was our landlord, Monsieur Riquet. Ricky. He was asking after this week's rent, which is odd because I know that Monsieur Armand already paid a healthy advance on our week's rent, and we should still be fine for the rest of the month. Monsieur Armand used to say of our landlord... What is it? Camille asks herself, tapping her chin. Ah, yes. He said our landlord would sell his own soul for a handful of livres, monies, and he'd still be getting the better deal for it. Well, we didn't need to pay for him for this week, but next week we need to have 35 for our rent. I'm broke. And 5 for my wages, or we could be in trouble. Bianca, you will now need to pay both your rent and the wages of your servants every week, or deal with damages to your credibility, or perhaps even peril. Do you guys ever watch soaps? Like playing something like this, and then obviously the Ricky reference. Did you watch soaps? I used to watch some soaps, because my mum watches them. So when I was growing up, I actually watched most of the British soaps. I haven't for very many years, but EastEnders, bit of Corrie, bit of Coronation Street, Brookside, before it got cancelled. Brookside, which was Liverpool. They're always set in like different places. Coronation Street's Manchester. EastEnders is London. East London, innit? East London life. There's Queen Vic. What else is there? Oh, Neighbours, Home and Away. Australian ones. Oh, g'day. I never got into like Hollyoaks or anything. Those were like later ones. What are the other big ones? Never watched Emmerdale. Yeah, I think it was mostly like EastEnders, mostly, obviously, like, you know, growing up in London, you watch EastEnders, just standard. And some Corrie and Brookside was good, then it got cancelled, but, you know. They're so depressing. I don't know about wherever you guys are from, like what your soaps are like. I think like on like South American, like Mexican ones are like really romantic and stuff, like big sort of storylines. British soaps are so depressing. They're really dark and depressing. Just like constantly death and, you know, all sorts of doom and gloom. You'll need to pay both your rent and the wages of your servants every week, or deal with damage to your credibility, or perhaps even peril. Anything else? Yes. Why exactly am I paying you 5 a week? Oh, so many things, madam. I get groceries, I cook your food, I clean the house, I clean your outfits, I help you get dressed, get rid of vermin. Camille continues to happily list off her various responsibilities around the house until it starts to give you a headache. Eventually, you give up on even the possibility of renegotiating her pay and wave her away. With that, Camille heads downstairs to make you breakfast, and you're left to wonder how you'll take care of this. Oh, the Duke. Oh, the wine tasting. I thought I already said yes to this one. Yes. I will go to wine tasting. Oh wait, this is another one. Oh. Well, we'll go anyway. We like our wine. And that is today. Party time. Never done wine tasting. You're supposed to spit it out, aren't you? But I'm sure it's fine to have a sip and drink it, because it is sort of seen as a thing that people do as a day out these days, isn't it? Going to a vineyard or something, or a... They do like beer tasting stuff now because the breweries are very popular. It's become like a cool thing to go to. Swill it around your mouth. They probably teach you how to taste it properly.
I'm getting grapes. Grapes, yes. Red grapes in there. That's, and also a smoky taste. I don't know if I was getting that.
So this is the water to clean your palate with before you drink.
Oh, yes. Of course it is. It's very smoky water, though, isn't it? I have a very sensitive taste buds. I think it's the grapes from the vineyard have come in and seeped into the water, perhaps, you know.
Right. Would you like to taste the wine now?
Yes, thank you very much.
Right, where are we going? Wine tasting with the bourgeoisie. +3. As your carriage nears the party, you consider taking one last moment to assess your preparations. You check a mirror. Credibility up. We got dressed. You step down out of your carriage and hear the ripple of whispers that signal your arrival to any social event these days. Okay, so that's when we get a bit of the gossip at the beginning. Oof! A servant checks your invitation. Nod and enter the party. Do you know what? I'm not buying the bourgeoisie wine. Nah. No. Okay. Is this the lady that looks like me? You hear strange noises emanating from a coat closet. Whatever could that be? Well. Games of chance might be illegal, but that doesn't mean they aren't widely enjoyed. Gambling? I have to pick between catching people having a fumble in the closet and gambling? What is this? My personal hell? Someone is absolutely bursting at the seams with desire to discuss something. Yawn? A gregarious woman has exactly the sort of rumors you're looking for. Okay, closet or gambling, guys? Should we catch someone having a fumble? You step away from the party, proper to take a break in the vestibule. You scan the guests in and out of the party, trying to decide where to make your next move. Suddenly, your ears perk up at the sound of something unusual. You hear the sound of a small voice coming from the coat closet. Oh no! What is it? A mystery. If this is a secret tryst between star-crossed lovers, it better not be on my shore. Drawing up the full power of your personal indignity, you approach the closet door and press your ear to it. Straining to hear what's on the other side of the door, you don't hear messy fumbling of two lovers. Damn it! Succumbing to forbidden passions. In fact, you hear the opposite. The mumbling and crying of a young girl. Judging from the sound, she can't be older than 15. Could have been gambling. Mademoiselle, are you perchance a vengeful spirit from beyond? If I say boo, will you go away? Your disappointed silence speaks volumes. No, I'm not a ghost. Just a failure. My parents forced me to come here and I said a bunch of stupid stuff and everyone got bored or mad and now it's all just as bad as I thought it would be. Sniff. I just wanted to stay home and read books about spies. Ooh! Is this going to be our child spy? Dude, everything back in the day, you had to have some child spy working for you. My name's Emily, by the way. Why does anyone do this? Mademoiselle, open up. I refuse to converse through a door. For a while, all you hear is silence. Yes, madame, she replies, thrown off by the sudden sternness in your voice. You hear fumbling for the latch of the door. I opened the door, but what should I actually do, she asks, still sitting in the coat closet, eyeing you warily. Don't need to talk a lot yet. Just need to listen. Find someone much older, introduce yourself, they'll be thrilled. If you're going to be here, you should be memorable, take a risk. Okay. I don't know. Our peril is getting up there, and I don't actually know how to reduce that yet. Just listen. Let's try and encourage her to the spying ways, right? But it's so boring. All they want to do is say mean things about people I don't know and talk about plays I've never seen. Mean things, did you say? Smells like gossip. Oh. I guess this closet is pretty boring too. At least the party has snacks. I feel like we should be seeing her right now. Slowly the closet door opens all the way. Alright, here I am. Time to do party stuff. With an awkward wave, she departs to rejoin the party in progress. You see a bit of yourself in her, and you're not sure if that's a good thing.
I see a lot of myself in you.
Oh really? That means a lot.
It's not a good thing. Trust me.
Maybe she'll come back into play later. A woman who used to work with Pierre, a fellow huntress of gossip. Women having a lot to say about each other. Honor with honorade. Oh wait, honorade is the bourgeoisie. Oh no. Maybe I do want to impress those people then. That's what that symbol means, right? No! Can I not be with her and lead the revolution? I guess we'll find out. The party's host has left their study unlocked. Ooh. Games of chance. Yes! Gambling. Hearing an outburst of cheers, you wander into a small room and see what the fuss is about. Inside, you find a group of men clustered around a table with a roulette wheel set up on it. Their faces are a mixture of fear, disappointment, triumph, but they're all obviously excited. After the latest spin, some grumbling is heard and some coin is exchanged. Looking up, a man approaches you. Care to make a wager? Risk a little coin, gain a little excitement. Sounds fun. Je suis de soleil, but I try to avoid such pursuits. Risk. A woman after my own heart, he laughs, ushering you through the crowd to see the table itself. Some of the other gamblers laugh with him and shout words of encouragement to you. How much would you like to wager? 10, baby! He smiles kindly and takes the money. A prudent choice for a first-time player. I've only got 38. What do you want from me? Red or black? Black. He places your coins on the outside betting track for black, and the dealer releases the ball into the spinning wheel. Right, play along at home. Pick red or black. Time to find out. Red, black, red, black, red, black. Would you win? Go. The ball spins frantically on the wheel. The gamblers go quiet, all watching the ball with intensity as if there was nothing else in the world. Cheat, shift your wager. Let it ride. Oh, I can actually cheat with a medium credibility challenge. My credibility is not great. I'm going to ride. The ball slows down, leaving the rim, drifting towards one of the pockets. Everyone on the roulette goes as still as a statue. The ball lands in a red pocket, and the gamblers erupt into a bevy of cheers and groans. You sigh as your wager is dived up. Oh. I lost. Oh, I even read that out loud in a red pocket and didn't realize that I lost until I read later. On autopilot. Damn it! I need that money. Wesley Snipes, a little bit of Blade in there. Nice. God, those are good films. Deciding that this is not your forte, you leave the gamblers to their games of chance and depart to the rest of the party. Damn it. Huh. Oh, we should go sell all this gossip we've been collecting. That's what we should do. We have 3 days before our next party, so plenty of time. Look at her there. Tea, madame. Some wine, madame. Yes? I want to know more about you. A little boop on the nose there. What's your story? Right. Let's sell some goss, I think. Getting pretty broke. Pierre's office looks marginally cleaner than before, or he's managed to shuffle the mess into differently shaped piles. Honestly, it's hard to tell. You spend a few moments waiting. The state of this guy. You spend a few moments waiting around in the entryway before Pierre arrives, and he seems quite enthused by your presence. Why, if it isn't my newest confidant, please come in. Have you come back with more delicious information, or perhaps trying to find someone, no? Where is Armand, and how do you know I'm looking for him? Madame, my suspicions about your search were founded in your newfound notoriety. Suspicions which have been so kind as to confirm for me. Which you have been kind to confirm for me. Sorry. Pierre favours you with a short and elegant bow. Merci beaucoup. Oh, shoot.
As for your fiancé's whereabouts, I don't know his exact address, or I would probably be a wealthier man by now.
Pierre admits, pausing to examine your reaction.
I do happen to have some leads, and I can say I already like you more than some of the men that are looking for him. However, before I lay out my terms, I must satisfy my own professional curiosity. How well do you really know your beloved Armand?
What's this? It's early February. You take a seat at your usual spot in Lessing, a small tavern in your hometown. Oh, it's a flashback. Le Cygne. What's that? The swan. Le Cygne? The bird? Cygnet. Seagull. The hood of your cloak is up, but it's less to do with the snow outside and more to do with the fact that you don't want to talk to anyone else here. After a few minutes of trying to read your book, but failing to really get into it, you hear a set of footsteps approaching your table. Bonjour, Yvette. I hope you weren't waiting too long. It's not polite to keep a lady waiting. Je suis désolé, ma chérie. It's taken so much longer to get my affairs in order than I thought, and now I'm already spoiling our last night. Armand, please, I was only kidding. Armand gives an audible sigh of relief. While he usually cares about keeping his appointments, he rarely lets something like this get to him. This is our fella, what do you think? I'm sorry, it's just the Estates General's important, but so are you. I'm packing and writing letters night and day in order to get ready, but all the time I spend on that is time that I'm not spending with you. He pauses and takes a deep breath. But enough of that. If I want to feel sorry for myself, I can do it on the carriage to Paris. Tonight is for making sweet memories. He waves to a barmaid who brings you a bottle of wine and some glasses, along with a loaf of freshly baked bread that's still steaming when it touches the table. Armand fills your glass first. My father's been talking my ear off about this particular vintage. I hope it's up to your standards. He fills his own and raises his glass for a toast. To France, to the General Assembly, but most importantly, to us. The red wine is deep and full-bodied. You good? It smells of... Suddenly sound effects out of nowhere. It smells of leather, blackberries, and cloves. It's some of the best you've had. And you can tell that Armand is enjoying it as well. There's no music, though. Or is it just super quiet? Oh, there is none. Weird. You spend an hour finishing the bottle together, pausing occasionally to nibble at the bread. All the while you trade jokes, news from around the village, and simply try to forget that this is the last that you'll see each other for months. With the wine finished, Armand pauses to place the bottle on its side, a curious habit that he picked up from his father. He takes a deep breath and waits a moment before saying, "The snow appears to have stopped. Would you like to join me outside? I have something I want to show you." Outside, the night air is brisk. Even the colors of the moonlit sky are cold. It's a stark contrast from the fireside warmth of the tavern. Fiery, yet despite the open air, it feels more intimate and personal than the small tavern that you've left behind. While I like the Swan as much as the next man, I'd prefer to end our night with something that's just about us, Armand says in a soft and low voice. Oh my. He turns out and holds his elbow for you to grab onto. Care for a walk? Actually, I prefer to sit somewhere here with you. Yes, I'd love to. You step in close to him, wrapping your arm around his before you both wander off into the moonlit night. Favor. Oh, he has favor as well, even in a flashback. I guess we're like setting up our future arrangement. You walk along the edge of a lake, the only sound being the whispers of the wind, the sound of your footfalls and the steady rhythm of each other's breath. Your head leans on his shoulder. His body feels warm and familiar. The moon is full, the town distant, and it feels like you're the only two people in the entire world. Without a word, Armand leans in towards you, his eyes closed. Kiss him, or don't kiss him. Why did my elbow fell off the table as I was leaning on it like I'm the awkward girl in a rom-com. Kiss him. Your lips meet. His joyful shiver runs through your body. A joyful shiver runs through your body. Ruined it already. His hand... Your lips meet. His. Third time, lucky. Your lips meet his, and a joyful shiver runs through your body. His hand comes up to stroke the side of your face as his other arm hugs you close. You're not sure how long your kiss lasts. Time seems to have lost some of its importance. You pull away from each other and you stare into his eyes. Don't do that. Don't do that after you've kissed me. His face is a mixture of excitement and surprise. He whispers to you, I hope every kiss that we have is as good as that one. Favor. Armand breathes deep, preparing himself for his next words. It's then that a man stumbles out of the darkness towards you, glancing about himself and trying to catch his breath. Armand, I've been looking everywhere for you, he whispered hoarsely. His accent is foreign and wholly unfamiliar. All you know is that he isn't French, nor is he English. Your town is relatively small, and you still don't recognize him. Silence. Charles, what a surprise, Armand starts, his voice flat and tense. Armand, things are changing faster than we could have imagined, the man called Charles says, hurriedly pressing a small satchel into Armand's hands. In the dim light, you manage to notice a few papers sticking out the top of the bag. We all knew the tensions were going to keep rising after Bishop Bonteville killed himself, but this... Charles, Armand presses, at a louder volume, glancing towards you. Armand, I know this is hard, but France itself is at stake here. Oblivious to your presence. We helped guarantee your election for a balayage, so you could do just this. You said it yourself, we must... Charles, Armand barks sharply and suddenly. Even the crickets and the birds seem to go silent. Breathing deeply, Armand recomposes himself and gestures in your direction. Charles, have you met my fiancée, Yvette? We were just enjoying our last night together before I left to prepare for the estate general. Charles's eyes widen and he seemingly notices you for the first time. Oh, hello, madame. I was just giving your fiancé some important files that he forgot at home. Excuse my intrusion, bon nuit. With that, Charles leaves. You and Armand stare at each other silently for a minute. Care to explain? That was Charles. Charles, Armand says evenly. I call him Charles as a joke. It's a little joke that we have, a little bit of banter. I used to buy books from him by letter. However, a few months ago... Oh, I'm cracking up at this point. We started a true correspondence between myself and some of his associates. We've been discussing politics. Bloody hell, only 2 hours in. This is going to go well. We share a lot of ideas in common. And what ideas are those? Huh. Ideas about modernity, monarchy, and what France needs in order to succeed in a changing world. Armand says almost automatically before looking away from you and blushing for a moment. His breath mists in the cold air as he stares out across the still waters of the lake. I know that this isn't the whole answer or what you want to hear. However, I need you to trust me, Yvette. Please. His voice is serious, grave, pained. France is changing. That cannot be stopped. It's up to us to make sure that it changes for the better. Is our fiancé... I think he's part of the revolution. You know? That seems revolutionary type stuff, doesn't it? Pierre is staring at you. You must have gotten lost in your thoughts for a moment. Madam, I was asking how well you know your fiancé. I know Armand better than anyone, and I know that he's a good man. Even after all this anguish, you still feel this way towards him? He asks, his shock barely concealed. Such lasting affection. In this modern age, quite rare. Pierre puffs out his chest and strikes a heroic pose. I shall do my best to reunite you with your lost Armand, as it has often been rightly said that I am a man dedicated to the causes of truth and love. You look Pierre up and down, not really certain if anybody has described him in that way, ever. Of course, I cannot work for free. I must support my newspaper after all. But if you help me with this, I will help you as best as I can. You see, I'm looking to run a new social piece, something that will capture the imagination of the public. Pierre favors you with a broad, toothy grin. It may also rekindle some old rivalries, so to speak. After all, it's easier to sell newspapers when there's something to write about. If you bring me gossip related to the church, I'll tell you where to learn about your estranged Armand. A favor. Sell him specific types of gossip in the allotted time to receive special rewards. Give me my gossip. Well, I have church gossip. There you go.
Thank you, madame. Exactly the kind of salacious trash our esteemed readers require. I'll take more of some... then went. I didn't get to read the rest of it. Peril down. Okay. For now, we're just going to sell stuff. Because the last thing I want is to go broke, I think. I'm going to hold on to the... But the revolution we actually want to sway it their way. Revolution, we're going to try peddling for the first time and increase the power of the revolution. The power of one of the factions has changed. The power of the crown and the revolution determines who will prevail in the coming conflict between the two. The power of the church, military, and bourgeoisie determines how effective they are when they pick a side. Oh, cool. And bourgeoisie... We're just going to sell it and see what happens with Honorade. She's bourgeois. We need the money. Pierre claps his hands together in delight. Madam, it appears that you have done me a great service with this latest gossip. I can finally launch my most controversial social piece yet. In fact, your contributions have been so great they must be recognized. You're no longer a mere gossip monger. Today, you're a journalist. You've reached the rank of journalist. The title itself is meaningless, but it sounds nice. Now, I assume you wish to know more about your beloved Armand. What do you know? It may shock you to learn that your Armand managed to keep some rather opinionated company, Pierre says, with the careful circumspection of someone severely downplaying the seriousness of a situation. While the details of their beliefs have been remarkably difficult to track down, I know two things about their views. The first is that they show an open disdain for the country's current laws and privileges, which made them unwelcome with the aristocracy supporting the crown. However, they also harbour a strong devotion to the Queen, which alienated them to the nationalists in the Revolution. There's a studio in the 7th Arrondissement where he and some like-minded individuals preferred to discuss the power across the country. Painters in the front, planning in the back. Pierre starts I'm not speaking anymore. Pierre starts scribbling on a piece of paper. When he hands it off to you, you find it's an address. The Guet Royal raided the studio a month ago and arrested everyone there. While supporting the Queen is certainly no crime, something about this group's beliefs was making someone in power quite uncomfortable. The studio's been abandoned ever since. Go there. Now, before you leave, I hope you do not forget about me and my humble paper. I still find your social insights valuable. We make good business partners, no? But of course, Pierre. Pierre puts down his snuff box and favours you with a deep and theatrical bow. Now you flatter me. Bon chance, and may God see fit to reunite you with your Armand in great haste. At the mention of God, Pierre makes a sign of the cross, but you're pretty sure he did it backwards. Adieu. Oh, by the way, I just remembered I actually have a couple of keys for this to give away. That'll be on Insta at some point. Just look out for that, I guess, if you were thinking of playing this at some point. Those will be around somehow. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet, because I've been a bit busy, but I don't know, sometime in the next couple of weeks. If you want to replay this for yourself at some point and romance someone else, I don't bloody know. Let's do this. I don't want to get to the Marcel thing and not be ready for her. I want to research her. You head to La Place Royale hoping to track down some information in regards to the mysterious fortune of your hated foe. Yes. I should have said that at the start, really, but oops. You walk to a section of the city between the 3rd and 4th Arrondissement. De Foix isn't just a member of the aristocracy. She's a woman who wields her title and noble privileges like a weapon. There's only one place to learn more about a woman like that. And I skipped past it, so that's cool. You remember reading about this place over a year ago. Its storied buildings are even more impressive in person. Elegantly dressed aristocrats strut about the gardens, stopping briefly to chat in hushed tones. Without the benefit of a title or an introduction, you can't approach any of these groups directly. However, there's nothing to stop you from overhearing things as you pass by. Staying on the absolute edge of conversations, you circle the square pretending to be a traveller, admiring the apartment and gardens.
The first hour that you spend on this task yields no information concerning Marcel, but you do manage to hear some gossip that a certain newspaper might appreciate. During the second hour, you hear something about Marcel's father, the former Viscount de Foix. Apparently, Viscount Alfonso de Foix died a few years ago, and his funeral was so lavish that people still discuss it today. Not exactly what you're looking for, but on the right track. In the third hour, something piques your interest. Apparently, Marcel is rather obsessed with her clothing and personal appearance, even claiming to be a fashion icon. Do you get to decide that about yourself? Isn't that something that other people have to call you? Marcel's vanity, demanding nature, abrasive manner have led her into a serious disagreement with several dressmakers and clothiers across the city. In fact, some of them simply refuse to do business with her anymore. She claims the situation to be the other way around. She would have to be an unpleasant customer indeed to drive a dressmaker away. Apparently every order she places is completely unique, which means each item in her wardrobe would cost a fortune. An idea strikes you as quickly and as surely as a lightning bolt. Each of her vile dresses would cost far too much to just pay for it in coins. It would require a banknote. Any dressmaker that worked with Marcel would have to know the name and address of her bank in order to collect payments. All you have to do is find someone who worked with her in the past, someone with a grudge. This will bring you one step closer to having the dark secrets of Marcel's money. Maybe Fatima. Alright, it's the 1st of April. Professor Suzanne Foix. Another Foix. A choir recital. Church. Sure. I guess I'll accept everything until I get too tired, you know? Let's continue this plot. Guinguette Paradis. Can I not speak to her? Music to your ears. Dangerous part of the city. Hire Hansel, the bodyguard. What? Hire a bodyguard? Outrageous revolutionary gossip. Might be a bit early to get a bodyguard, but... Is he tall? Is he handsome, eh? It doesn't say anything here about the mission with... But I mean, this is the dressmaker, so... See if our hunch is right, I guess. Tired or baked? What's going on? Or both. Eventually, Fatima shuffles her way out to meet you in front of the shop, dropping a ledger onto a nearby table. She seems to be lacking in her normal energy or enthusiasm. Tired then. Welcome back, she mumbles. How can I help? Have you ever done business with Dufois? At the mention of Marcel's title, Fatima sneers for a second, as if she'd just smelled something truly foul. She opens one eye, judging you carefully. Her voice is flat and level. How do you know her? She snubbed me and I hate her. Fatima perks up at this and looks at you with curiosity. Oh, really? Well, it looks like we have something in common, though it tends to make us unpopular. In my case, she didn't snub me at a party, she did so here. A month ago, I was approached by a servant working for Dufois. This servant said that she was a genius who wanted to commission a dress that she had designed herself. I quoted a price, and they immediately tried to tell me it was too high. This servant swore up and down that making something for her was extremely prestigious, and I should even work at a discount for all the new business it would bring me. She told me it was for exposure, goddammit, that they would share me on their social media, and I believed them. The dressmaker snorts derisively. I may be new to running my own shop, but not new enough to fall for that old ruse. And an old ruse it is. Still starting a new shop is expensive, and the price we finally agreed on was nice. He showed me the sketches for this genius design, and it honestly wasn't terrible. A little tacky for my tastes, but Fatima sighs and hangs her head. I wasn't thinking. I saw the money written on the banknote, and I didn't think to check the reputation. I agreed. Between my other jobs, I spent over a month working on this dress, just getting by on the initial payment for materials. Every other day, I'd get a whole list of changes from her. She wouldn't even check on the dress in person, but something always had to be bigger or more intricate. Anytime I suggested we tone things down for the sake of elegance, she'd threaten to cancel, which would leave me holding the bill. Finally, I finished it, and this giant pink confection was a crime against good taste. I hated it so much that I didn't even write my name in the lining. She finally arrived in person to see her creation, and hated it. Even went so far as accusing me of butchering her design. After calling me every name under the sun, she took the dress but refused to pay the bill. She claimed it was compensation for her lost time. Fatima bites down on the stem of her pipe hard enough that, for a second, you worry she'll crack one of her teeth. I could take her to court, but no judge would take the word of a minor shopkeep over that of an aristocrat. I'd need a good lawyer, which I can't afford. So that's my tale of woe. In fact, I still keep the original banknote for my materials payment hanging in my office. A reminder to be careful who I do business with. Sorry to bore you. Well, after a story like that, I absolutely have to see the banknote. I suppose, she says with a shrug, as long as you don't make fun of me. Yes, it's all coming together. She returns with the banknote written out on a piece of paper. I should have known something was wrong the moment I saw this thing. Why would a noble give me a note from some minor place like Caisse de Confidence? She probably cheated all the respectable banks. You study the banknote. After a few moments, she takes the note back. So, shall we do business? Actually, I'm bloody poor myself, see ya. La Revolution. What are my outfits? I have one that's good for military and then neutral with everyone else. I have one that's good for military and revolution. I'm very pro-military, it seems, with my outfit. So maybe I want to get one for the bourgeois, but I would imagine that might be expensive. Because that's our next party, right? That's +3. Do I have one that... would there be more than that? I have a +3 already. I think I need to save more money. We have a couple of outfits, don't we? Party time, baby. Right. What did I wear last time? Did I wear this one? Let's wear that. Up. Assess. Credibility. Dude, I'm pretty credible. Incredible. Ooh, exhausted. Cred down. Oof. A servant checks your invitation. Ah. Bourgeois party. Wine. She gratefully takes the gift from you and sets it aside. You hear the whispers of other guests, noting your generosity. Yes, look at me. I'm generous. Alright, what do we have this time? A libertine. A devastating plot to avenge a petty slight. A guest has spilled their drink on you, an apology. A guest has been entrusted with valuable knowledge to make the mistake of getting extremely drunk. A woman who apparently used to work with Pierre. Let's talk to a spilled drink. Relaxing at the party, you feel more comfortable with your new life than before. Sipping from your recently acquired glass of wine, you notice a fresh batch of hors d'oeuvres being brought out from the kitchen. This feels right. You could get used to this. Suddenly you feel someone barge into you, sending you reeling a few steps. While you manage to catch your balance on a nearby table, your chest feels wet, and your wine glass appears to be empty. Oh no. Eyes frowning, mouths agape. The pair just stare at you in shock. Looking down, you see an enormous wine stain down your front. Nothing gets out wine. Turning around, you see the two women, one of them obviously deep in their cups. The other appears to be trying to prevent her friend from embarrassing themselves too much. Sorry about the stain, we were just leaving. The sober one apologizes half-heartedly. Her drunk friend decides that now would be a good time to chime in. What's wrong? It's not like I made the dress look any worse. Why did we stop? Where are we going? She slurs, looking confused. Why did you stop? Embarrassments like you belong outside. Do you know what? I'm not going to roast her like I got roasted at a party, but you're free to go when I get an apology. They stare at you wordlessly for a moment, as if bewildered by a simple request. The room feels palpably quieter as the two of them stare at you in disbelief. They start to laugh. Oh yes, we'll certainly apologize for you being so careless as to spill wine all over yourself at the slightest nudge. What are you, a child? The inebriated friend manages to ask. You hear a few chuckles from the crowd around you. My credibility! With nary a backward glance, they leave, giggling to themselves. Looking around at the rest of the guests at the party, hoping to find some sort of aid, you can tell that you're being studiously ignored. Wow. Yikes.
The lady. Who's this? My love.
You see Madame Gazelle at the party and decide to approach her, but you notice she's not alone. There's another woman with her.
Who is she?
Madame Gazelle perks up when she sees you approaching. Bonsoir, Yvette. Have you met Joanna Desjardins? Not yet, but I'm glad to now. You must know the most interesting people, Madame Gazelle. You step into the conversation and Madame Gazelle gives you a hidden smile, genuinely glad to have your company. Getting the evils here. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? So as I was saying before, continues Joanna, she flags down a servant and requests 3 glasses of wine. Oh, we only need 2 of those, says Honorade quietly, but the servant doesn't seem to notice her. Instead, he fills all 3 glasses and sets them down on a table in front of you. What I saw in Austria when I was there was fascinating. The Holy Roman Emperor has enacted reforms focused on social progress and stability. I'm sure you already know that stability is a necessary part of a growing economy. Joanna doesn't seem to notice, but Honorade isn't paying attention, staring at the wine in front of her, clutching tightly to the glass of water in her hand. Is she an alcoholic? What's wrong? Do you not like this particular vintage? No, it's just that I... Madame Gazelle replies distantly, swallowing hard. I know, let's have a toast. Joanna takes a glass and holds it aloft. How about to cooperation and prosperity? You see Madame Gazelle reaching for a glass. Her hand is shaking. We've got to help her out. Hold off on that toast. Take her glass and finish it. Increases your peril by a medium amount. We've got to have her back. We've got to help her out here. Let's be perilous, baby. Grab that glass and down it. Thinking fast, you snatch up her glass and finish it in a single draught, followed swiftly by your own. You shudder at the feeling of so much liquid hitting your stomach all at once. Honorade stares at you, dumbfounded. Joanna is less enthused by this display. What the devil is wrong with you? She asks loudly enough for the other guests to hear. Peril. Be gone, you uncultured swine. Madame Gazelle recomposes herself at the sound of this assault on your character. Joanna, perhaps you should be the one that leaves. Joanna stares at both of you, mute with fury. Without another word, Johanna leaves, her rage palpable. Thank you, Yvette. That was very brave of you. What happened there? Are you alright? When people ask, I usually tell them that I just don't like alcohol. The truth is, I like it too much. When my husband died, I don't remember the month, after his funeral, One evening I woke up in the garden, passed out in a flower bed, and I realized that I had no idea what day it was. That's when I decided that I needed to stop. It's not been easy. So thank you, and keep that knowledge between us. Listen to me. She laughs and rolls her eyes. I'm supposed to be the one who's powerful, cool, and in command. You can still be all those things and still be human. Thank you. I needed to hear that. You and Madame Gazelle chat together for a little while longer before parting ways. While the worst has been avoided, she looks exhausted by the thought of what could have been. You look around the party, checking to see if there's anything else you can do.
Gossip, you say? Well, let me tell you something about old Honorado.
Yeah, let in on her little secret. The 3rd of April. I was going to say, I reckon... I was wondering if there was going to be multiple nemesises when Nemesi, with it being the 24th of April being her birthday in the end, but as it's like each day, I feel like that might even be the end, right? The 24th? I don't know. Or like sort of the beginning of like the end act, and then it'll probably be like the war or something, you know? I think this is like 4 or 5 hours maybe. There's no way I'll get it all done today anyway. Mid-journal. Ah, so here's the politics. Power. And allegiances. I gave them some power, but only one in there. Gossip. Wait, what party am I going to? Who's this? Poetry. Oh, this is the revolution for the first time. Okay. In which case, this one. We're exhausted as well. We really need to rest. The whispers.
Huh.
Oof. Nod. Let the games begin. Armand? Ooh, I can recall a far-off memory. I can go sit in the corner and reminisce. A messenger at the door with pressing information. A chambermaid returning a lost pouch. Assist her. Money thief. A libertine. Let's have a memory. All of those. You wander around the party for a while, trying to find a conversation that feels right, but only end up feeling lost. Rather than wasting time on something that isn't working, you decide to get some fresh air in the garden. It's been difficult to focus all night, and you're not certain as to why. God, being at a party when you just want to leave though, right? Or like an event, where you've got no one to talk to.
Let me stand in the garden and look at the sky, or find a dog or a cat to bother.
Thankfully, you find the garden to be deserted, so you can just focus on yourself. While you're adjusting your stays so that they sit. What's a stays? You consider your poor luck. It's not you, it's just that nobody has anything exciting to say right now. That's one thing smokers will always have up as introverts, is that they can be like going for a smoke and just go sit somewhere and do that. It's like a thing to do. What else can you do otherwise? Otherwise you're just that person that's staring at your phone. If nothing else, this feeling is familiar. Of course, when you last felt like this, parties were much smaller. They were also much less elegant, and they felt even less exciting than the one that you're attending right now. In fact, you were just at such a party, bored to the verge of tears and making conversation with yourself when you heard someone walking up behind you. Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't realize that this spot was taken. I was planning on fuming alone in the garden, but an occupier has already laid their claim. This is when we met. Don't waste your time disassembling, just join me already. He laughs. Well, if you insist, madam. Let it never be said that I refuse the calls of a charming woman, especially when she's as peaked as I am. He sits down next to you and sighs, staring out into the darkness alongside with you. With a rueful smile, he shakes his head, tousling his long hair back and forth. Everything here just feels like it's going around in a circle, like a water wheel. The waters of the rivers rush onwards to new things, but the wheel merely spins. Oh, my apologies. I never introduced myself. My name is Armand. Armand never mentions his last name to you, or even that he was a baron, until the third time you met. He pretended it was because he thought it was unimportant, but you knew better. He was sick of the deference and grovelling that came with the position. May I ask your name? Yvette. He takes your hand and gently kisses the back of it. Normally, such an overly familiar gesture would disgust you, but he does it with a light practiced grace, like it was the most normal thing in the world. The two of you stare into each other's eyes, and as your gaze plays along his moonlit features, you wonder how you've managed to go so long without mating. Now you've heard of my woes, but what troubles you tonight? What doesn't trouble me? This whole place is going nowhere, and it's infuriating. Before you realize it, you find yourself unrolling a list of every enmity you have in the town, punctuated by every one of their mental failings. It's a long list. Oh, sorry, hit the mic. I was talking with my hands. I thought myself enraged, but it seems I'm a mere pretender to the throne, he laughs. A cold wind causes you to shiver. Unfortunately, I must go, or my presence will be missed. However, before I go, please take this. It's frightfully cold out here. He takes off his coat and hands it to you. His breath streams in the air, and the coat is still warm with his body heat. Should you feel the need to return it, I like to spend my Sundays reading at the Swan, gesturing in the direction of the tavern. With that, Armand leaves, the breeze blows, and you feel a brief shiver, so you wrap his coat about your shoulders. The collar smells like him, mixed with a trace of perfume. Oh my god, leaving your coat behind somewhere is so annoying, dude. I've done that like twice. Like all memories, it begins to dissolve once the most important elements pass. Young me, here, have my coat. Me now. Should have thought ahead, shouldn't you? Eh? Not my bloody problem. Such a pleasant memory from simpler times. While you manage to return your thoughts to the here and now, you cannot manage to completely discard the memory. The pull of the fanciful reminiscence is as strong as it is sweet. With that, you return to the party. I'm cold. Aren't you bloody go inside then? Make yourself a cup of tea or something. What's wrong with you? You're looking at me for? What do you want me to do about it, yeah? What else do we have? A young firebrand, set upon by a fiery young man who seems suspicious of any threat to the revolution's cause. His beautiful features are to belie a perilous fervour. A diplomat discussion, a pair of guests with rumours, and a revolutionary woman. Let's go see this guy. He looks like he's a character or something. Keeping a distance from the crowds, you examine the attendees of this so-called revolutionary salon. All in all, they seem quite the eclectic bunch, a mix of stern scholars, opinionated lawyers, and outrageous bohemians. The mood is tense and energetic. Right now, however, you're simply content to watch events unfold from afar. Suddenly, you notice a young man heading straight towards you through the crowds. Frankly, he's beautiful, but he radiates a dangerous intensity. Who are you? What exactly are you doing here? I'll answer that once I know who I'm dealing with. Who are you? He leans back and reappraises you, a smile forming on his lips. Oh, really? Your caution is wise. One can never be too careful. Louis Antoine Sanson. He eschews the customary bow for a quick upward nod of respect. My name is Louis Antoine de Saint-Just. But please just call me Antoine. All right, settle down. I would rather not share my name with tyrants. He breathes deeply. His expression visibly softens. My apologies. With everything that's going on, there's always the concern of the crown putting spies in our midst. Red flag. Yeah. However, I've already heard of your escapades, and I don't think I like what I've heard. I can tell from your accent that you're not from around Paris either. I'm only in the city for a few months from blah, blah, blah. Someone invited me here, and I'm using the opportunity to try to get one of my plays published. Of course, as much as I love the character and the people of the countryside, it's probably for the best that I'm here. My relationship with my family has been rather strained as of late. They don't want me involved with revolutionaries. They don't understand the importance of our times. Then they're fools. The writing's on the wall. Everywhere you go, we must care or die. Exactly, he growls. Politics is not some civil debate where at the end everyone gets to simply agree to disagree. It's real decisions with real consequences, but for real people. The nobility can pretend to sit above it all because they're so isolated from the consequences. The rest of us cannot afford such a privilege. Right now, the people of France stand at the edge of a cliff. A raging forest fire is burning at our backs. Will we stay and be incinerated or develop the courage to jump into the waters below? It all depends. Are you diving with me? If our homes are being incinerated, I'd wish to stay and save them. Quite a line, been practicing. What would he respect the most? I'd stay and save them, I think. Do kind of want to flirt, though. I want to get the flirt game going in this visual novel. Been a little devoid of flirting other than the times that we've met with Honorade so far. But maybe save him. Oh, dismissive grunt! The old order must be cast aside as soon as possible, lest we allow more people to become victim to its repression and cruelty. Oh. The two of you chat a little longer whilst his mind is focused on politics. His zeal manages to stop it from becoming tiresome. In some ways, you see quite a bit of Armand in him. Of course, Armand's passion is far less violent, so that's something to consider. However, you quickly run out of things to say, and Antoine takes his time to glance over the shoulder. He notices some other guests are waiting patiently for him. It appears I am needed elsewhere. I must go. Should have flirted then, I guess. He leaves as quickly as he came, already striding over to the guests in the other group. Well, that was utterly terrifying. You spend the next few minutes walking around the party, wondering what to do next, yet your thoughts keep coming back to that distressing young man. Something dark inside him.
Terrifying. Man screamed in my face about bloody revolution.
Rora, how's it going? Happy Friday to you. What do you guys think of Antoine there? Clearly a romanceable option. A fiery revolutionary, filled with darkness. Is that your thing? News has spread of the king's meetings with an ambassador for Tipu Sahib, the Sultan of Mysore. The Sultan seeks an alliance against the British Empire, which encroaches upon his territory. As a symbol of goodwill, the king commissioned the finest mechanics in France to create a small mechanical tiger that, when wound up, would chew on a tiny doll of a British grenadier. It's presumed that both sides spent quite some time bonding over their mutual hatred of the English. Yeah, just like the rest of the world. Keep it moving. Keep it moving. Don't worry about it. Bonding over hate of English. Listen, we can take it. It's fine. However, there are grumblings of discontent. The crown may not have been very astute in its negotiations, and overcommitted its navy, which is still recovering from helping the Americans in their revolution. The crown has lost power, the military lost power. In Paris, life goes on. Okay, we really need a rest day, I think, before this military ball. We're at 3 exhaustion. Resting at home. Sticking on Netflix, having a pizza. Running a long bath. Le 5th of Avril, Levine. You look up to the sound of Camille knocking on your doorframe. Good morning, madame. The house rent is due today, as are my wages. Merci beaucoup, madame. Camille leaves to deliver the money, and with that business concluded, your day may continue. Party time, baby, with the military, and they love me in my frumpy peasant outfit. Assess. Credibility increased. Whisper, whisper, whisper. I don't think we should buy wine for the military. 68 punds. Ah, a good soldier. A gallant dragoon has enthralled a small crowd with adventurous stories of his childhood. This is the romanceable military man. Alex. A corporal with some gossip. And some outrageous gossip. Let's meet the love interest. But first, hydration. Let's get him up on the screen. Oh, it's loud. You strolled about the tent, giggling to yourself at the band's insistence on only playing marching tunes and other stoic fare. Some guests attempt to dance to it, awkwardly bobbing about like wooden toys in a bathtub. There's a small crowd in the corner of the tent. The audience is frozen in rapt attention, their silence interrupted by bursts of laughter. Fascinated gasps. Seeing nothing else worthy of your interest, you investigate. There he is. Alright, what do you think of Alex whilst I'm drinking? Corporal Dumas. Military man, though. Had to wet the whistle there. Delicately but persistently, you manage to push your way through the crowd to find a man wearing the uniform of a private at the center of it. His accent is slightly foreign, but his diction is as elegant as any nobleman's. His face sincere and bright.
As it turns out, this log I'd been throwing stones at was actually a caiman, the biggest lizard I'd ever seen, leapt towards me, and with a scream I ran as fast as my little legs would carry me, he says while miming a running motion with his fingers. But still I was too small, and the beast was too fast. It was but moments from devouring me whole, when this slave sitting on a wall looks up from his lunch and he doesn't even move. He just yells to me, "Serpentine, little monsieur." So I did just that. As fast as I could, I started winding back and forth like a tiny little drunkard, and eventually the beast gave up the chase. Nevertheless, I didn't stop running until I got home. I assure you, on my honor, that I've never trusted a log since. The crowd erupts into peals of laughter. Pearls go flying, murmurs of approval. As they mutter amongst themselves, you notice an opportune lull in the conversation. Catch his attention silently. Choosing the path of discretion, you bat your eyes, wave your fan, and perform a number of subtle gestures to attract his attention. Unfortunately, everyone else in the crowd is also trying to draw the young soldier's attention, and your subtle gestures are lost amongst the others. On the other side of the tent, someone important calls for a toast, which turns into more of a speech. Everyone starts to drift in the direction of the rambling diatribe, compelled more by certain social graces than actual interest. Everyone except you, and a certain charismatic dragoon. Between you and me, I've been drinking toasts all day, he whispers. To health, to glory, to honor, to his majesty, and every relation that you can imagine. The last thing I need is another one. If my lieutenant finds me tomorrow deep in my cups, he'll have me trampled with my own horse. Are you sure? We could just have one between us. A toast between us? In that case, I'd say we drink to new friends and unwise decisions. He laughs, raising his glass. The two of you drink deep of your wine and laugh together about the poor fortune of those unlucky guests trapped in the throes of a speech that simply will not end. I'm so sorry, I just realized I never introduced myself. He bows to you, formal, precise. Corporal Thomas Alexander Dumas of the Queen's Royal Dragoons at your service, madam. Curtsy. Yvette, Baroness-to-be and infamous socialite. He chuckles. Well, I certainly don't know what services I'll need from an infamous socialite, but I can't wait to find out. I love toasts. He's a bit of bants. He's got some chat. Out on another side of the tent, you see someone else in the uniform of the Queen's Royal Dragoons waving Dumas over. He sighs. My apologies, madam. It appears I have some other business I need to attend to. However, before I go, I will say there's no need for you to address me by my rank. In fact, I simply must insist you call me Alex moving forward. I tried to give him a subtle accent like it said, but then it just became a silly one like the other one. I don't know.
With another bow as formal as the first, he leaves. However, before he disappears into the crowd, you notice him glance back at you one last time. The wife of a soldier. The woman that looks like us. Gira. You happen to notice something very strange. There she is. And there she goes. Ah, madam, I'm pleased to see you again. Would you be willing to indulge me for a moment so we might be able to discuss our business again? You remember everything we went over? No? This again. Right, the business. Is it the same chat every time? Borrowing money. Why did you change your outfit? Then you aren't the one I spoke with. I'm sorry, but I need to leave immediately. We need to discuss your loans later. Panic. He hurries away nervously, which seems good until you realize he's still planning on trying to negotiate a massive loan with you. Your first real priority is finding this mysterious woman pretending to be you. Weird that it was the same thing again. Gotta search around, maybe. An intimate party. Yes. Wonderful. What's next? Choir. Days and days away. Right, so let's get out into Paris. And continue at the bank. It takes far longer to find Caisse de Confidence than you would have thought. You'd never even heard of this particular bank, but you at least assumed it would look like a bank. Instead, you find yourself standing outside a squat building with stone walls and a reinforced door. It doesn't even have a sign. Inside, you find yourself in a room with a man waiting at a desk, tallying up some items in a ledger. Other than the desk, you can see very little furniture and no other customers. Motes of dust circle in the air.
Oh.
The man looks at you as you approach. He gives you the same fake smile used by anyone who has to be nice for a living. Bonjour, madame, and welcome. A name in banking. I've heard Dufour does business here. Is that true? Just straight in. I'd like to open an account. This is going to cost me money, isn't it? Oh, really? He maintains his smile, but eyes you with a combination of surprise and suspicion. Remarkable news, madam. May I ask how you came to know of our esteemed establishment? The recommendation of Dufour. The Viscountess recommended you. Yes, always nice to hear one of our clients speak so highly of us, beaming with enthusiasm. A friend of the good Viscountess is a friend of ours. As you can imagine, our minimum to open an account is 500. Well. Withdraw 2,000 from my account at La Banque Protestante. Never in your life have you lied as outrageously as you have right now. It does not appear to work. Madame, what is this really about? He asks, propping his elbows up on his desk. You're obviously not actually interested in opening an account. If you're looking to learn something about our clients, then you are sorely mistaken. We value discretion, he says, placing an emphasis on the word value. So I've got 2 money ones. I value this information more than your discretion. Take this and go. Is that so? And then 30. I don't know how many this is. You place a small stack of coins on the table, and he quickly counts it up with his eyes before quietly sliding the coins into his pocket. However, he doesn't move from his place behind the desk. Madame, I could easily lose my job or be arrested for taking even a small bribe. I suppose I could provide a larger consideration. You neatly place a second stack of coins on the table. The young banker breaks into a smile. Mon Dieu, it appears that I have forgotten a very pressing engagement. I'm sorry, madam, but I must depart for an hour. He departs, leaving you alone. Alone with all of the ledgers and records. Locking the front door to make sure you aren't interrupted, you set up a pile of ledgers and start looking through them. You manage to help yourself to a freshly boiled pot of tea. Years ago, your father's eyes started to have trouble focusing on small letters. You had to help him with the accounting. It appears that all those late nights spent in his office, squinting at barely legible expenses, are about to pay off. Flipping through the pages, you find some entries for Marcel's account. She certainly appears to have the fortune one would imagine from a woman of her station. But still, you press on. From the looks of it, the rumours that Marcel spent a fortune on her father's funeral were well-founded. It must have been a truly lavish affair. Not long after that, you get to when Marcel's father, Alfonso de Foix, was the account holder. It appears that he was the one who made the family's money, not Marcel. While that would make for a good jab at a party, it's not enough. A member of the aristocracy having a fortune they didn't earn is more normal than not. You're looking deep into the past now, entries over 30 years old. Suddenly, everything just stops making sense. Marcel's father was landless, dead broke, under a mountain of debt. Had been for years. He only got by on loans from someone named Gaëtan de Fassor, who was also a client at this bank. Overnight, the buy account had a respectable sum of money, and everything started working for him. A deal with the devil! In 30 years, the Viscount made no attempt to pay back his loans to de Fassor. In fact, the first thing he bought with his newfound money was reinterment expenses. I don't know what that means. What's reinterment? Symmetria decapitum. It looks like he had a lot less respect for the dead than Marcel. You can't imagine burying a dog for as little money as Marcel's father spent to lay whoever this was to rest. Why bother moving someone to a different cemetery if you're going to do it so cheaply? Oh, a body moving. You write down the name of the cemetery. A pauper's grave is now available to visit. Ghoulishly, for a moment, you wonder if the Viscount Alfonso de Foix killed Levasseur and took their money. But that wouldn't make sense. You can't kill and rob someone of thousands of livres without someone noticing. Too noticeable. Besides, what kind of thief would pay to bury their victim? You look through the ledgers a little further, but can't seem to find anything else that's useful. All you have is that Marcel's family used to be destitute, and they had a sudden windfall. That in the name of a cemetery with a pauper's grave. You put away the books, put up your cloak of your hood, and disappear. Marcel's weakness is so close you can taste it. Yes. But now I'm broke. So we're going to need to sell some goss. An intimate party. Bum 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 bum. Except. Right. Sell some gossip, because we have no monies. Goss, 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 goss. What's up, Shell? Happy Friday.
Ah, madame, thank God you've arrived. I've been keenly checking the winds of public opinion, and my finely honed journalistic senses tell me our readership desperately cries out for stories concerning the crown. I'm at a loss for such information. If you get me fresh gossip relevant to the faction the next 13 days, I'll reward you with a slight reduction in peril, in addition to your regular finder's fee. Do you feel up to the task? Gossip about the crown, yes. Fantastique.
I think I already have some. There you go. Bam. And my peril, sir? Oh, come on, that was hardly anything. Right. Sell that gossip for the military. What's that one? Revolution gossip. Let's sell this one now. 98 and pedal for revolution power. Yes. There we go. I got your back, Revolution. Got your back. Yesterday, there was a hot air balloon launch on the lawn of the Palace of Versailles. The public is absolutely fascinated by these new machines. You remain unconvinced. These balloons, invented by the Montgolfier brothers, were richly decorated with the king's heraldry. Apparently it was quite a sight. The launch itself went extremely well, but apparently there was a problem. Those attending couldn't help but notice that despite all of the king's royal privileges, special seating, and resplendent symbols, all of the event's focus was on the balloons themselves. The king who already struggles with asserting himself put on a spectacle that he was not the centre of. Perhaps royal traditions shall be eclipsed by this swell of science and innovation. Crown loses power, bourgeoisie gained power. In Paris, life goes on. Okay, another party. We're a socialite party queen, baby. Exhaustion at 1. I wanna... Yeah, let's go to the grave. We're gonna go see what this grave thing's all about. I'm gonna grab another drink because my water's nearly done and I don't want to wreck my voice. I will be back in 1 minute. Just gonna grab a fresh bottle of water and then we shall continue and see what this little pink sweet of a woman has going on. Get all of her gossip. I will be right back. Okay. Staying super hydrated. I learned my lesson so much. There was this time when I was doing... We did Disco Elysium, and also I was doing reading streams, Stories on Sunday, where I was reading The Hobbit. And it was around that time where it was just like... I thought, I talk, like, you know, I was streaming every day at the time. It's like I talk for 6 hours every day. Why is it so different when you read? But it really is. Reading out loud. You take less pauses, like you breathe differently and stuff, and boy, that like ruined my throat so bad. I was like, okay, hydration, never reading again. It's the thing of like not taking the gaps. I feel like it would be easier if I read like and I was on cam, then I can take breaths and stuff, but being camless, I try and fill all the... Fit no dead air, baby. It's like radio. So it would just ruin me, but... Because when I do the podcast, it's fine, but those are only like, at most 50 minutes. And I, of course, can pause the recording and take little breaks and stuff. The podcast, yeah. But that's like, I pause, I take breaths, I take drinks, it's a lot easier. Like, I would love to do live streams of that, but now I've done that podcast for so... That was the idea when I started, was that there would be live streams as well with the reading. To, like, do stuff that I can't put on the podcast. And just for doing it live, I guess it's fun, but... After how those Hobbit ones went, I'm like, and now that I've been reading, I'm like, it'd be really hard. I only can do like an hour.
And everyone hear my mess-ups, man. Hear my mess-ups, embarrassing.
And originally it was so I could read stuff that I can't put on the podcast for copyright, but now I just put it on Patreon, because we're doing like Lord of the Rings at the moment, which I'm loving actually. Can't believe I've never read it before. To the grave. Child, I never live it down. I was reading Lord of the Rings and I said a Hobart, not a Hobbit. Oh God, the shame. It's so small you had to ask for directions twice. People seem to have forgotten that it even exists at all. Finally you arrive at the cemetery and make your way past the short stone wall. Through the open gate the air smells musty and acidic. There's nothing here but you, two lonely-looking trees, and the dead. You don't really know what you're looking for, not even the name of the dead man that you've come to investigate, but you have a decent idea of... Oh, it's happening again. A decent idea of when they died. There's less than 50 graves here. The search is slow at first. Most of the headstones have been worn down to the point of near illegibility. Many of them are over 100 years old. No possible connection. You're just about to give up when you nearly trip over something. A cheap sandstone plaque set into the ground, obscured by leaves. Daddy! I think that's Daddy's first appearance this week. Thank you for the 250 biddies, anonymous ghostly Daddy. You brush the leaves aside and see a name. It says, Daddy. Alfonso de Foix. Hand shaking, you frantically take out a piece of paper and your traveller's pencil, brushing the edge of the pencil back and forth. You take a rubbing of the burial plaque. This is it. This is what you've been searching for. It all makes sense now. Marcel's father didn't kill Alfonso de Foix. He became Alfonso de Foix. The old Viscount, the real Viscount, had been a destitute nobleman. He received loans from Marcel's father, Gatien Levasseur. When the Viscount died, Marcel's father must have found out, impersonated him, and had the grave moved to this cemetery far away from any prying eyes. A few small bribes to silence the gravediggers, and nobody would be the wiser. That's why he never paid back his debts. Why repay yourself? Marcel's father isn't a real nobleman. He's using the title of a dead man. With a noble title, it'd be easy to avoid taxes, secure loans, and do all the other things done one would need to amass a fortune to get done. If her father isn't a real member of the nobility, neither is Marcel. Oh, we're taking you down, pink little crown. Her family's storied history, her fortune, it's all built on a lie that you know the truth of, and you have the proof. You cover the grave marker again with dead leaves and put away the rubbing you've made of the plaque. It's time to find a way to face Marcel. Soon, your revenge shall be complete. Do it at a birthday, like the lady said, you know. You wake up to find two things on your nightstand. A letter sealed in wax and a gaudy invitation on pink paper. The first letter, sealed with a rich purple wax seal, bearing the initials HG. It must be from Madame Gazelle. Opening it, you catch the faintest scent of perfume. Another missive from her, written in flowing cursive. Cher Yvette, I hope this letter finds you well and that you've made satisfying progress in your quest for vengeance. It seems we have been suitably discreet as that vile wretch Marcel has seen fit to invite me to her masquerade ball. Obviously, I have no intent of attending Marcel's party, even though a masquerade comes with the added benefit of never having to look at her face. Instead, I've included my invitation. While Marcel may have banished you from her estate, this invitation and a mask should be sufficient for you to sneak in pretending to be me. Nice. Hopefully this will make it easier for you to get the revenge that you obviously deserve. Bien affectionnement. You look down at the invitation on your nightstand and recognize it immediately as something Marcel would send out. The same shade of pink as the last ensemble you saw her in. Well, like my bed. Good morning, madame. Camille, I need to ruin someone's birthday party. Fetch me a mask immediately.
Ah.
Oui, madame. Camille replies obediently, before leaving to search the house for something appropriately dramatic. These are my favourite conversations. Because we're just like so dramatic and like with our hand to our head, you know, laying back on a sofa. The next few minutes are a cacophony of clatter as Camille frantically searches for an appropriate mask. A ceramic cup sails in and out of view through the open door to your bedroom. A small shattering sound marks it as yet another casualty in your quest for revenge. Camille returns, breathing heavily, carrying a basket full of various costume odds and ends. It appears that Monsieur Armand left behind a few masks when he departed. I'm sure one of them would be more than suitable. The masks themselves might be a little masculine, but perhaps that would make a fine contrast with your ensemble. Camille's not wrong. You could make that work. Besides, the main purpose of the mask will be to conceal your identity. It's settled, then. You have an invitation, you have a mask, you have a birthday party that you just can't wait to ruin. Yes, we're ready, and in good time. Like 10 days before. Killing it. Killing it. Marcel's birthday party I will be attending. Which is here, the 24th. For now, we shall explore. Let's now continue on the plot of Armand and see where he's got to, perhaps. Tugging on the edges of your hood to make sure your face is hidden from view, you glance down again at the hastily scribbled address that Pierre gave you in his office. In addition to your regular travelling clothes, you have a small bag hanging off your shoulder and a portable lantern with a flint. You waited for sunset before you headed out, as it feels like these sort of things are better done under the cover of darkness. However, everything still feels too bright. Every hanging lantern, every candle-lit window feels like an eye staring down at you. Winding your way through the streets of the 7th arrondissement, you can't help but think about how out of the way this place would have been for Armand. Yet, Pierre said that he was still a regular visitor. Despite yourself, you find your heart beating faster and faster as you get closer to the abandoned studio. Rounding a corner, you find yourself on an empty street looking across the road at the studio. The windows of the small 2-story building have been boarded up. There's a charred hole in the roof. A sign nailed to the door reads, "Closed," on orders of the king. Glancing around, you don't see anyone at all, as if the king's notice closed the entire street. Rather than stand around in the middle of a dark street, you hike up your skirt and hurry across the road to the studio. Is it skirts? They keep saying skirts. Hike up your skirts. Wouldn't it be skirt? Or did they literally wear more than one skirt? Maybe because they're so big, right? Were they wearing like 5 skirts down there? You immediately notice that the door's been nailed shut. Oh, let's go through the roof like a real danger lady. Leaning back and craning your neck to examine the roof, you see there's a hole big enough for you to enter the building through, but you don't have a ladder or any way to get up there. For a moment you consider trying to enter the building next door so you can drop down onto the roof, but it's better to do this as quickly as possible. Putting down your unlit lantern, you check the boards on the windows, seeing if any of them are loose. So wait, I made that choice and then it made the choice for me. Because I could have checked the boards all gone on the roof, and I went to go on the roof and now I'm putting the boards anyway, so fake choice. Lots of layers, more than one. Petticoats. I'd be the girl crying in the closet. I would not be fit for this kind of life. Too many parties. So many parties. I can't even handle like a what's the word? An appointment. You know, like a commitment. Like at the end of the month. Like I was thinking about having to go to that wedding for the longest time. Not me when I did a COVID test before, half sort of fingers crossed, thinking, well, I mean, on the bright side, if it did come back positive. Gingerly, you take down each of the boards, and I skipped it accidentally. You carefully ease yourself through the window, making sure none of your clothes get caught on any exposed nails. Once inside, you close your eyes for a few moments so they'll adjust to the darkness faster. Inside, the studio is even darker than you would have guessed. Between the boards on the windows and the lack of lighting in the surrounding street, it's nearly impossible to pick out any detail smaller than the walls and doors. Just kidding, in case you're listening. You carefully use a flint stone in the base of your lantern to light it, and muffle most of the light with the hem of your cloak. Now that you have a little more light, you can see that most of the furniture inside is broken. And enough things are missing to make you wonder how much the Gouette Royal sees during the raid. It's only a matter of time before someone spots you and comes to investigate. Your time is limited. Where do you plan on searching for clues? Painting studio, back room, or upstairs? 1, 2, 3. Help me out with my searching here, guys. Where do you think? Time is limited. We're looking for evidence of Armand being here and where he may have gone to afterwards. Where shall we go? No, declined a hen's night. I don't know anyone and I don't have the energy to make new friends. Yeah, those sort of parties. I haven't gone to one for a while. Not parties, but like, just like birthdays and things when you know it's like so many groups. It's like they've invited this group, this friend, that friend, and none of them really know each other. They're the only person that knows everyone. It's like, oh, this is so awkward, dude. Like, there's no vibe here because we all don't know each other. So we're just sat whilst they mingle, right? Totally gets that. 1, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. I think the 2s have it. The back room. The entrance to the back room isn't obvious, and if Pierre hadn't told you about it earlier, you might have mistaken it for a closet door. When you go to open the door, you notice the latch has been torn off, probably a casualty of the raid. Inside, the back room is cramped, mostly occupied by a circular table with some small chairs. Various notes are pinned to the walls, and as you shine your lantern about, you notice a slight glimmer under the table. Let's look under the table. You bend down to investigate under the table, trying to find what caught the light of your lantern and glimmered at you from the dark. You find a small scattering of coins. It appears that at some point in the chaos, someone must have dropped their coin purse, and nobody noticed it. It doesn't bring you close to Armand, but you'll never turn down free coin. 6 coins! Oh no! Your ears perk up at the sound of voices. They're distant, but it feels like they're headed in this direction. Glancing out the window, you see a flicker of a lantern. Someone must have spotted you and summoned the Gouette Royal. If they find you here, they will arrest you. You don't have much time. Keep going. Painting studio. The front of the building is the painting studio. The floor's spattered.
You don't have any
Fish food scattered across the floor. It's littered with the scraps of various art supplies. There's a painting of a fish begging for food on the wall. An ornate disc sits in front of the room, near the door, with the papers scattered around it. A few finished canvases still remain on the walls, though it looks like a lot of the others were either seized or destroyed. You realize the coins were left behind by a ghost under the table. 250 of them, to be exact. You thank them in your mind. Scanning the painting studio, you try to determine what to investigate. The desk. The desk by the door is so beautiful it seems to clash with the rough practicality of the other furniture in the room. All of the drawers have been flung open, and papers scattered everywhere. You rummage through the papers, but it seems like everything useful has been taken. God damn it, I'm so bad. Look at the paintings! The paintings on the wall are bring it down a notch. The paintings on the wall are all traditional historical pieces, exactly the sort of thing La Académie exalts as true art. Judging by the stern faces and repeated images, you're sure the paintings are all meant to be some kind of political allegory, but you can't really tell what of. Looking at the paintings, you feel you've learned something about the artists here, but nothing about Armand. Shoot. Well, that just leaves the upstairs. I don't want to get caught, but also I don't want to leave here with nothing. The stairs creak underneath your feet as you make your way to the second floor. The long table and scattered cutlery suggests it was used as a dining area. A small fireplace occupies one side of the room with a wide swath of ash spilling out of the fireplace and onto the floor. Above the fireplace itself, a painting hangs on the mantel. The painting. Stepping over the ash in front of the fireplace, you take the painting off its hook and examine it closely. It's not as carefully detailed as some of the others in the building, but there's a certain joyful energy. Whoever painted it enjoyed making it. It's a dining scene, done in a reflected perspective, intended to make the actual room feel larger than it is. All the men and women in the picture are laughing, clinking glasses, and looking merry. Even Armand. Armand's smiling face is looking back at you from the picture, a glass raised in mid-toast and a quill in his free hand. On one side of him is a man you remember from your last night together with Armand. The man is named Isaac. On the other side of him, a young woman who you've never seen before. Her hand is on his shoulder. You turn the painting back and forth, looking for more details, until you hear something metallic shift. Flipping the painting over, you find a note tucked into the frame on the back of the painting, with a key. You don't recognize the handwriting, but decide against taking the time to read the note now, while illegally trespassing in a condemned building. You fold the note around the key and secret it under your stays. Stranger and strangers are now available. Quickly and quietly you skulk to the window you entered the building through. Peering through the window, the coast is clear. You lever yourself out the window and into the street. Outside, you fastidiously put the boards back where you found them on the window. Your ears perk up at the sound of approaching footsteps. And you spot the reflection of lantern light off nearby buildings. The Gret Royal are on their way, but as long as you keep moving, you should be gone. Without even a look back, you disappear into the dark alley you initially approached the studio from. With a precious lead in your possession, and the authorities none the wiser, you vanish. Our peril is really high there, goodness. What? Did I go to jail? What? 120 days of incitement? What does that mean? The Bastille, a towering castle in the middle of Paris, a symbol of the ancient regime's power. Regimes, even. These days, it's used to store weapons, ammunition, and prisoners. One such prisoner is the infamous Marquis de Sade, a libertine, a pro-revolutionary writer who believes in absolute freedom, freedom from tyranny, freedom from religion. I accidentally clicked. He was also writing a staggering amount of pornography. Extremely unconventional pornography. The last decade has seen him being shuffled between various asylums, and he resides in the Bastille. These days he spends his time eating nuts in his cell, but has recently started calling out the windows to anyone that might listen. Thank you for the 99 biddies. He claims the prisoners of... That was the title of his last book. His work fell off once he went to jail. He started writing it on toilet paper. These Nuts, Chapter 1. He claims that prisoners are being secretly executed within the prison, but there's no evidence as to whether this is actually true or not. These claims have reached enough sympathetic ears that it's caused an uproar of indignation amongst the public. The prison commander has found himself under an official investigation as a result, and the military command in charge of the Bastille look like fools. Later on, the commander of the Bastille reached the end of his patience and had the Marquis transferred to a new asylum. I've never known how to say this word. Marquis. According to the newspaper, the mad nobleman was as naked as a worm when he was led from the building. Marquis? Mark? No. It's believed that this act of public exposure was intended to humiliate him, but instead the smiling libertine claimed he had found the experience to be both enjoyable and enlightening, something that he yelled quite clearly to any nearby reporters. So in Paris, life goes on. Okay, I thought I'd been caught and sent to jail for a second. There was just a plot line. Oh, we're partying with the church. Okay. We'll rock this. Whispers. Okay.
Huh.
We're in danger.
Huh.
Alright, who do we have here? The lady that looks like me. I don't want to click that again if it's going to be the same thing. The doppelganger you spotted before. The time has come to put an end to this charade. Okay, that sounds like we're going to get to the bottom of it. Man, this has really picked up all of a sudden. Last 3 clicks have been all heavy story stuff. You freeze in your tracks when you spot her. Ever since your last encounter, you've been looking for her. This is the woman who has been imitating you. Even had the audacity to try taking out a vast loan in your name. You've spotted her talking to another party guest, but she hasn't noticed you. Sneak up on her.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's so lovely to finally meet you, Madame Decaux, says the guest, speaking with the imposter. Now you're closer to your double. You have to admit your resemblance is uncanny. Well, I have to admit I've been extremely busy since I arrived in Paris. So many people have offered me their help, and it's been so wonderful to take them up on their generosity. Madame Decaux, it appears to be someone behind you. Who? It is... how do I say? It is you, madame. The impostor whirls around to see you and is greeted by your glaring countenance. Perhaps I should leave this discussion to the two of you. He skulks away, leaving you with your double. The impostor looks you up and down, but doesn't even seem perturbed by your presence, or at least she's doing a great job of hiding it. Don't suppose it's too late to say you have the wrong woman? Let's cut to the quick. What would you give me if I simply let you keep doing this? Big peril, though. I don't think we can afford that. Yes, it's a little late for that. Well then, at least let me explain myself. You're an incredibly lucky woman. People are ruined by Parisian high society every day, but you happen to be ruined in a way that gave you opportunity. I realized one day how much I looked like you, and I thought, she was given a second chance. Why don't I deserve one, too? Of course, the first thing she did with this second chance was to try and take out a mountain of loans in your name, but she seems to be willing to gloss over that important detail. I managed to collect some money from sympathetic nobles, and I've heard an interesting secret, but those bank loans never came through for some reason. What do you want from me? I want the rumors, the coin, and for you to stop pretending to be me. Information. All of it. You really want all that? If I did that, I'd lose everything I've gained. Absolutely not. Before you get a chance to reply, she steps backwards into the crowd and disappears. You look high and low, but can't seem to find her. You scowl at the space. But my credibility's good! You scowl at the space where the imposter used to be. Now you have nothing. You have nothing. And she's out there ruining your good name. Well, that's frustrating. I wish there was more of a, like that credibility check. I don't know how that went. Like, I want... Like, what's the percentage? I thought I had good credibility, so I'm like, okay, credibility check. But there's no indication of a dice roll or anything. I would like to feel more like I know why, if it's failed. Do you know what I mean? Like a bink, you failed. That kind of thing. Well, that's bloody annoying. I haven't spoken to this bunch yet. Let's see. So it's like RNG as well, I believe. There's like obviously 3 things that it can be if I go and talk to these people. So when I click it and go, it's going to be one. It's like a possibility of outrageous gossip, shocking gossip, or common gossip. It's like a loot box, you know? There he is. You see 2 individuals speaking together in a corner. The fact they're trying to stay away from everyone else increases your interest in their conversation. You recognize neither the bespectacled woman, bring these glasses back, nor the extravagantly dressed gentleman that she's speaking with. However, judging from the fact that she pauses to write when he speaks, you can surmise that she's interviewing him. It becomes apparent via your spying that these people are Nika Aikov, a foreign author looking for inspiration for her latest novel, and Guillaume de Sable, a self-styled libertine philosopher, an appellation that doesn't seem to require much in the way of academic credentials. That is a dragon pin in her hair. Well spotted. You described yourself earlier as a patron of the arts. What is your relationship with the theatre? Actually, wouldn't Nika be like... Hui! You described yourself as a patron of the arts. Why is that? Why is Hui the Russian anchor now? As a patron of the arts. What is your... And it's gone German again. Forget it. What's your relationship with theatre? Have you sponsored any performances? I am no mere tight-fisted patron, good madam. I am an inspiration, a muse, if you will. In fact, when Beaumarchais wrote The Barber of Seville, I was his inspiration for Count Almaviva. The sharply dressed man proudly replies between long gulps of wine. From what you remember of that play, that's not something to be particularly proud of. It also doesn't sound even vaguely true. Ah, well, oh, I give up. This will be fantastic for my new book, monsieur. I must ask, how did you and Monsieur Beaumarchais meet? Ah, well, we met at a banquet held by a visiting Algonquian prince. I'm sorry, did you say an Algonquin prince? He came across the ocean from the Americas and then held a banquet. The author replies, far more suspicious of this particular claim. Guillaume glances to you and raises an eyebrow. He knows his game is almost up.
This is a fable. I don't know who I would... Like, why would I have his back? I don't know. I can have his back or I can out him here. Maybe we just leave this because my peril is so bloody high, dude. Is this like... This might be a game over thing. I honestly have no idea. You slink away before either of them have the chance to drag you into their unraveling web of lies. In war and in parties, discretion is sometimes the better part of valor. You utter a few unladylike curses to yourself under your breath as you realize that this detour has cost you precious time. Peril is so high. Kind of due a rest as well, but... Do I even have any gossip to sell? I have like a one common one, I think. Let's rest today. Got to 2 exhaustion. You look up to the sound of Camille knocking on your doorframe. Good morning, madam.
Huh.
The house's rent is due today. Oh, I have it. Thank God. The price of journalism. Perils of journalism, even. Do any of these... I'm curious about just going to these locations. Antoine and Alex are here. Like just going to the theatre and seeing what happens. Since we have time. You decide to explore the Boulevard du Temple between the 11th and 3rd of April. It's the place in the city best known for its theatres. La Grande Danseuse de Roy is the best known theatre in the city, specializing in 2 things. Comedies and skirting the limits of good taste. Out of sheer curiosity, you step inside. There isn't a production going on at the moment, but you see actors and carpenters rushing around to ready the theatre for its next show. The frantic energy is only amplified by the sight of a hapless young man trying to corral a dancing monkey back into its cage. The monkey doesn't seem interested in cooperating. When you finally tire of watching the monkey shriek at its handler and pelt them with scraps of fruit, you take out your pencil and journal to jot down the address of the theatre. With the address noted down, you hurry home before the crowd starts forming outside. You wonder if they'll ever figure out how to control that monkey. Probably not. This feels like the perfect place to visit with someone that loves to laugh. Someone that isn't afraid of liking things that are a little bawdy or lowbrow. Can't wait. Are we gonna go on dates? I wonder. I will hydrate, thank you. God, I can't wait to out her at her birthday party, though. A military ball. Let's alternate our outfits. Okay, enter the party. That bit's always the same as to why I skip through that. Let's go straight in with our friend here. From across the tent you notice the dragoon, Alex from before. He appears to be talking with one of his friends. As you get closer, you notice that while Alex is behaving as charmingly as ever, his friend is using one hand to steady himself on the table. This table has several empty wine bottles on it.
Ah, exactly. Everyone else in the cavalry treats us like we're expendable, but we're the ones doing all the fighting, even in peacetime. We're the ones fighting brigands and highwaymen. We're the ones keeping people safe. Mon Dieu, I swear, the more your job actually helps people, the less anyone cares about it.
It's very true.
He emphasizes the point with a wild swing of his arm, sending a small arc of wine through the air towards you, and you realize that you've given the other guy's voice to the other guy, but it's fine. Thinking quickly, you lean out of the way and manage to narrowly dodge the offending refreshment. You loudly sigh with relief, which catches Alexandra's attention. Drays, and he approaches you.
Oh, Yvette, are you alright? I'm so sorry about that. It was an accident.
Don't worry, it wasn't your fault. Your friend's the one throwing good wine.
Well, that's certainly correct. I'm still responsible for him. We do have to look out for our comrades in arms, after all.
Looking up from his mysteriously empty glass, the dragoon approaches you two with a wide smile. Oh, what's this? A fine lady in our midst? Ah, madam, you seem to have a fine choice in acquaintances. He clasps his arms firmly around Alex's shoulder. May I be the first to introduce you to Corporal Dumas, one of the Queen's Royal Dragoons. Nyah. Suddenly this face just brought that voice out, I don't know. Don't worry, monsieur, we've already met. How well do you know him? Oh, really? Why, thank you.
Pardon?
Alex asks, already not liking where this is going. Think nothing of it, madam, the dragoon says, magnanimously bouncing. Do you want to stand about?
Yes, please think nothing of it,
Alex says desperately to you. In fact, my friend here is not just some simple bumpkin from the Americas. He's a man of culture, good humor, and a peerless duelist. He's also the strongest man I've ever met. Perhaps the strongest in all of France. And I defy anyone to tell me otherwise, he declares, with such determination that several party attendees move further away from your group. Nobody's... I don't know who's saying this.
Oh, nobody's defying you at all. It's fine.
You're most persuasive in your arguments, monsieur. Alexandra is truly amazing. Corporal Aubergine stares at you, as you pretend to be won over by his boasts and his idle prattle. His mind is a few steps behind, performing at the sluggish pace of the inebriated. He brightens up, taken by your placating deception. You see, Alex, I knew she'd listen to reason.
Yes, she certainly did.
My apologies. It seems like I have an appointment elsewhere. I'll leave you two alone, he said, backing up, going with finger guns. That slide off to the side. Corporal Aubergine leaves, slyly giving Alex a wink, as subtle as a lighthouse. After confirming his friend is finally gone, Alex gives you a relieved smile.
Thank you so much for taking that in so good humor.
Finally alone, the two of you chat together for a while longer. Groups can be nice, but there's something freeing about being alone with someone interesting.
Pardon me if this is too forward, but I was wondering if you'd be interested in seeing me another time.
I thought you'd never ask.
Fantastic. I'll call upon you very soon.
He hands you a slip.
Here's my address, at least where I'm quartered in the city. Feel free to write to me whenever you like. If you may excuse me, I instruct my wayward friends in manners. Au revoir.
Okay. Now let's get some goss to sell. Two men without uniforms of any kind are talking with each other next to a cannon. Player, I don't see a ring on this finger. They seem extremely tense, and this disquiet draws you towards them, like a bayonet towards a heart. I've heard some sincerely disquieting things about the goings-on with the aristocracy, and I simply don't know who else I can talk to. Also, how comes I can't write to the lady when I want to, or go and see her? The second time I talk to this guy, and I already have his address, and I can go and see him, but I can't go and see that lady. She's like my best friend, and I want her to be more. I have heard similarly distressing things about the revolutionaries from my friends who are closer to such circles. Okay, so we're going to pick someone. It's the same as before, isn't it? Let's go for crown info. The royalist. Just give me the goss. I don't need your dialogue. Thank you. Nah. I'm very, very worried about this peril. But also kind of curious to see what happens. Oh yeah, that is right. I am looking for my fiancée. Gazooks. I am a player. So now I'll go to the trompet. And hopefully he does a little magic again. Concerning the crown. Let's do it. So, I will give you my fresh goss. And then you will reduce my peril, sir. I thought you said... What? Why didn't I... I swear this is... He said to reduce it. Well, unbelievable. Go and get guillotined. Yeah, you can. You can end... I know you can end up on the guillotine with this. At least that's what the trailer claimed, so I'm... Oh boy. Oh boy. My neck is sweating, you know? You pause to read the social pages of the newspaper while you take your breakfast, sitting at your vanity. One of the benefits of working for Pierre is getting a free newspaper every day. It's then that you nearly spit said breakfast all over your mirror when you read the social pages more closely. Paying attention to key details, you realize the stories Pierre wrote using your gossip can be traced back to you. If you can do it, there's a good chance that someone else can too. And that was the last of my peril. I'm now at 100. Oh, no. An intimate party. Right. There's a party today with the revolution. Let's attend in this one. Alright. Who be here? I've never seen these before, but maybe it's just a different colour. Pair of guests with valuable rumours. Revolutionary women. The American problem. A pair of men are discussing a diplomat from the Americas. As their conversation runs in circles, an opportunity presents itself. Turnabout is fair play. A libertine. Let's speak to some revolutionary ladies. You find yourself in the middle of a conversation with a woman deeply connected to the revolution, and someone called Pauline Lyon. Your conversation partner is fiery and tends to focus more on rhetoric than anything else, but it could be worse. She could be boring. It becomes clear that she considers nobody beyond reproach, which generally means she enjoys excoriating them, if I've seen that word before, for their various perceived failings. The cheap rumours she is discussing at the moment are sure to concern the goings-ons of the revolution. Well, that's not true at all. Of all revolutionaries, interrupts a woman who has strode into the middle. I'm not saying it is. I'm referring to a specific person. If you let this go on, you'll hear the rest of the rumour. Okay. Let them argue. Not wanting to pull any of the building anger in your own direction. I misclicked. Within only a few exchanges, their discussion has descended into petty bickering. Oh, so I don't get the goss? Well. Okay. Ah, let's check in with our bud here. You stroll about the party, taking in the atmosphere. It's boisterous, lively, and bohemian. On the other side of the room, the intense young man from before, looking especially tense in this conversation with another guest. You don't understand. How can you be so caught up on civility and due process when your own people are suffering this very instant? The second we lose order, everything breaks down, the man replies, as if he were talking to a child and I used the wrong voice for him. If we make our case correctly in the General Assembly, we can convince the king that it's in everyone's best interest to adopt a constitutional monarchy. It's worked in England, it can work here. You really think you can just vote our problems away? If you play by the nobility's rules, you'll only get an order when they want. The name of the governance will change, but nothing will improve for anyone.
What you want is simply not how things are done in a civilized country. I'm a lawyer with a wealth of experience. I know what I'm talking about. As far as I can tell you, what, a half-successful playwright? What do you know? I know that one does not make revolutions by half measures. I don't know who's speaking, and they both sound like this. It's fine.
Antoine, let's not let our tempers turn us against ourselves. Let's step away for a moment. Still in the throes of bubbling anger, Antoine shoots you a vicious glare. Slowly his face softens and he sighs. If it pleases you, then yes, I will walk with you. He shoots one last dagger-like glare at his opponent.
This isn't over! It isn't over at all.
The crowd murmurs in approval, appreciative of your ability to restore calm to the situation. So this is how my peril goes down. If I win a credibility roll, which I've just failed to do for the last 4 hours. Thank you for your help. I was very close to losing my temper. I had no idea you were a playwright. Have you written anything I'd have heard of? He scowls at your question. Really? That's what you gleaned from the entire conversation, that I've written a few plays? It's true. I originally studied oratory and law. My real passion in school was poetry and theatre. There's just something special about fiction, myths and legends. We all view the world through the panes of glass tinted by our own experiences. The truth is always obscured from us in some way. Yet, if you give someone an idea wrapped in fiction, they're willing to set down that glass because they don't think that what you're saying is real. With fiction, you can show people the truth in ways that even the best rhetoric can never accomplish. We can convince them to see the truth themselves. He stops, frowns, shakes his head as if to clear it, but frowns again. I simply can't stand it. How do you all just choose passivity? What's the option here? Probably to say you're not alone, right? It's usually a good answer. Perhaps you're right. I've plenty of allies here, even if they aren't always as vocal. He takes your hand in his own. Though some are certainly smarter than others. The two of you chat together for a little while longer, isolated from the crowd. He smiles intently and says, "Wait just a moment. I have something for you." He pulls a clean white handkerchief from his pocket and hands it to you. His name and address have been embroidered into a red thread. I'm wondering, maybe that choice at the beginning.
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Here, take this. Wait, you put your name on here for the address as Daddy. That's right, I have. Thank you, Anonymous Cheerer with the 250. I appreciate it very much. Maybe that choice at the beginning is like your guide. And like actually, what's her name? Oh god, what's her name? The widow is not like... Maybe that would be the priest if we picked the priest at the beginning. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? Because we haven't had this with her, and she's like the person we chose first. So maybe those people are different. Because like equally we haven't met the priest. We don't know who was in the other ones. Hey, you should write me soon. It would please me to meet you alone. Away from all these half-hearted types. Look at these intense eyes, man. He whispers, gesturing dismissively at some of the other guests. Casanova Monty, I know. You didn't think you'd be getting wooed by Monty tonight, did you? Eh? With that, a very angry Monty. With that, he turns and leaves, disappearing almost instantly into the crowd. You look down at the handkerchief in your hand. It's rare to find a man that burns with such passion. Uncompromising ideologues like him only get more dangerous with time. I mean, in real life, 100% stay away from that guy, you know? That's like... He's like, it's literally someone says, how am I? Like his face says it all. It's happening. Hey buddy, chill. Taking yourself too seriously here. Swept up in a huddy rush of emotion, you float about the party, searching for your next engagement. There's a bloody revolution going on here. It appears your life has taken a sharp turn as the consequences for the peril you've accumulated so far have come home to roost. Perilous consequences. Now we find out what's going on with me. Your various social missteps and misdeeds have earned you much scorn. The rumour mill you yourself make use of has been turned against you. It appears that there are those in Paris that despise you, an indiscreet upstart, and seek to make sure that you know your place. What? That's everyone's favour in me and my credibility. Favour with everyone and quite a bit of credibility. Wow. Okay. With their wrath expended upon you, you have managed to gain some breathing room. However, they have not forgotten your transgressions against them. Ooh, that's like all of my peril though, but I'm very curious how much favour I just lost. Remember, it's early days in your story. As time goes on, the consequences of rising peril will become more dire. If I look at my journal, can I see? Do we have... I don't have like a favour list, like a Stardew style hearts thing with them. Hello? What's these little kisses on here? Does that mean they're romanceable? But I can't... I have no barometer of how things are going. And I only have one bit of gossip. Alright, let's go check out the next part of this plot. At home, it takes all day for you to work up the nerve and do this. Just as the sun sets, you finally pull the note and key out from under your stays. The paper is covered in unfamiliar handwriting, written in rich emerald ink. Cher Armand, I will always appreciate your commitment to our cause, and I know France will be better for it. Our chance of being caught grows with every passing day. I will not waste ink painting terrible pictures of the consequences. You are already familiar with them. If fortune turns against us, I want you to flee Paris entirely. Head to the border. If you show them my ring, my society's sponsors will protect you. I know you've objected to this idea before, but it's the only way for you to stay safe. To aid in this, I've secreted a package under the loose floorboards beneath your stove. This key will open it. Your partner in conspiracy! Johanna, the girl from earlier. You turn over the letter and find no additional writing, no additional context or explanation. Who is Johanna? How long has Armand known her for? Is she one of the people he'd been writing back home? Heading downstairs, you walk into the kitchen. It's clean but cramped, and Camille keeps it well stocked with fresh produce. You see a stoat making its way home out in the street. You wave to it kindly, and then you go back to your search. You find the stove made of dark iron and standing on a set of clawed feet. Alone on your hands and knees, you feel around until you find a set of loose floorboards. You pull up the floorboards and fish around in the dark until you find a small wooden box held shut by a padlock. You open it with the key you found behind the painting. Inside the box, you find a magnetic compass, a map of Paris with notes concerning when the guards change at every one of the city gates, a signet ring, and a leather bag heavy with coins. The notes on the map will make it much easier to traverse the city without being noticed by the Guet Royal or by anyone else. Ooh, lost peril. I could have used that one move ago. You look inside the bag. It's a lot of coins. There's a lot of coins. You look up from your sudden windfall to see Camille standing in the doorway to the kitchen. Her eyes are darting between you and the box in confusion. I was just about to start making dinner, she responds, pointing awkwardly to the stove. I just found a good sum of money and a note under the floorboards. Care to explain?
Huh.
Explain what? Camille asks, glancing between you and the bag of coins. Was that Monsieur Armand's? Why would he leave money in the house? For the first time you've met her, you feel like Camille might not be telling the truth. Madam, what's going on? Camille, why did Armand actually leave this house? My credibility's so low, I don't think it would work. If only I'd done this before and lost that peril. Who was Joanna? How well did she know Armand? I never asked anyone's names, madam, Camille admits, looking downcast. So many of Monsieur Armand's guests valued their privacy, and I wanted to give them a polite amount of space. However, there was a woman who came by more frequently than the other guests, brown hair and a scar on her chin. I remember her because she wore a necklace with the prettiest emerald in the center of it. You look down at the green ink. That's all I can remember, madam. If I may ask, now I have the kitchen. Can I have the kitchen to myself? I mean, we met Joanna talking to... There's not going to be two Joannas in here, is there? Camille ushers you out into the hallway. The door shuts quickly. You look over the signet ring included in the box, finely made of silver ring with a signet used for pressing seals in wax. You don't recognize the symbol, but the jewelry looks very old. You start to wonder if this investigation will ever start answering more questions. Then it asks. Party time, baby. Partying with the church. I shall wear this one. You really need a nap too.
Huh. Huh.
Da-da-da-da. No one to romance in the church, eh? Unless it's one of these. Gossip. Credibility, gossip. Peril. Gossip. So it's like different chances of different, like a bigger peril risk for better gossip. Your latest conversation is taking place in a gaudy chapel, separated from the rest of the guests, bathed in the light of a few votive candles. You're speaking with a woman who apparently knows quite a bit about the party's host. Any gossip you manage to obtain from her would clearly concern the church, even if it's on the cheaper side. That's still valuable. Suddenly, a man approaches the two of you, speaking at a jarringly loud volume.
Good afternoon, mesdames. I see you two fine ladies are enjoying the chapel that I donated the funds for. Quite a lovely piece of architecture, and I felt price for myself.
Oh, well, that's right. Quite generous of you, actually. She takes aback by his sudden appearance in the conversation. Swollen with pride, you see him inhaling, preparing for what will be a flood of words. Sorry. Why not dress for the party? So I don't have a dress that the church approves of, so we wear our peasant clothes, because it's just a neutral 0. Oh, you're in luck. My friend was telling a story you'd love to hear. Really? You think you'd enjoy this? What? I don't recall anyone else speaking. Oh. Well, I had no credibility to lose. Not wanting to cause any more of a scene, you sit back and allow this interloper to flood the both of you with a deluge of his irrelevant stories about how important he is to the local parish. Clearly, he was never told that humility was a virtue, or that silence was golden. You quickly realize there's no end to his self-aggrandizements, so sensing the first opening in his words, you leave. Dude, I am terrible at getting these roles right. Let's, that's just cheap gossip. Try this one. Between clusters at this party, you notice an older, distinguished man standing by himself but swaying quite a bit, which is very good. After all, the drunkard and their secrets are easily parted. Bonjour. I'm glad to be in your infamous presence. In fact, it is most fitting that you are here with me. After all, you and I are not so different. We're both innocent people who have been spurned for reasons we do not control. He slurs, lowering his voice to a stage whisper. He confides to you. Also, between you and I've always thought Marcel was a spiteful and gaudy woman. Damn it all, where was I? Ah, yes. My family has been a loyal and Catholic one. In fact, my great-grandfather fought besides his eminence, Cardinal... When my wife fell terribly ill last year, I donated much of our fortune so that the priest might pray for her health. Yet despite my generosity and their prayers, she died all the same. It was some consolation to find out that our community's donations would be used to fund the construction of a new chapel a few blocks from here. Yesterday I went to that chapel and I found my wife's name absent from the list of dedications. I've lobbied the bishop repeatedly about the injustice, but he claims to be too busy. This is an outrage. This style of game, visual novel. Or dating sim. This is more visual novel-y though. Hasn't been too much dating so far. The only solution is vengeance. What secrets do you have? What's that you say? You're saying I should speak ill of the church, he replies. Frankly, oh, why am I so bad at this? A nearby crowd whispers amongst themselves and they stare at the two of you. You grit your teeth into something resembling a calm smile and fight the inexorable urge to shrink inside of yourself and disappear. Fantastical idea. In fact, I know just the thing. The conversation continues longer. Well. Bloody hell. Bloody plum. Not good at these parties. It's not a game for introverts. The military's payday was yesterday, something that should be an absolutely normal event. In fact, anywhere else it would be. However, the financial situation of the Crown is perilous. Much to everyone's surprise, the Crown managed to reach deep into its purse and make sure their debts to their soldiers were settled. Crown loses power, military gains power, military moved towards Crown. Oh, maybe I need to like sway the military towards the revolution so that they'll join them, right? What's this? Ooh, a personal invitation from Alex to a rendezvous. Well. At the Guinguette. And one from Antoine. Well, it would be rude to say no, wouldn't it, to these fellows? All in the pursuit of information, but of course. Oh, look, and this is actually... Dude, let's do this one, because this is them two drinking together. Oh no, I'm so exhausted. I need to sleep. I have 3 exhaustion, but that is Alex and Antoine together at the bar. Oh, I clicked it. Oh my... Well, there you go. Freudian click. Despite the availability of wine in your own house, you find yourself with a powerful yearning for a change of scenery. With that, you take a walk to find a public house of decent repute. I've got 3 exhaustion. Any credibility roll will not go well here. You see several people glance up at you when you enter, and are keenly aware of the implications of a woman entering such a place without an escort. How could she? Look at her. A lady of the night. However, said curious strangers manage to keep their accusations confined to stares, so you find a seat. Even if they can't manage to be polite, at least they can manage to be silent. Egg. Once seated, you gesture to one of the barmaids to bring you some wine. It's a task she quickly accomplishes, to your satisfaction. The wine is a young red, and relatively sweet. Is this seat taken? Asks a voice from a deep familiar voice behind you. Oh wait.
Is this seat taken?
Oh, please. Depends. Is it someone I know or a skulking stranger?
Ah, my apologies for sneaking up on you, Yvette.
Alex says with a nod as he steps in front of you. Your conversation is interrupted by the sound of the barmaid angrily tapping her foot and holding her hand out expectantly. Alex laughs and drops a few coins in her hand, motioning for her to bring him a glass as well. Satisfied, the barmaid leaves. Just as the two of you are about to toast to each other's health, you're interrupted by the feeling of an intense stare from a few tables over. It almost feels warm on your skin, and Alex notices it as well. Ah, Yvette, what are the odds of us choosing to spend the evening in the same public house? Antoine says as he strides over to your table, closing a book in your hand as he does so, in his hand as he does so. You must be Corporal Dumas, Antoine says, turning to Alex. Your reputation travels very quickly.
You have guessed correctly, Alex replies tersely. And that would make you?
Hey, I'm Louis Antoine de Saint-Just, but you may simply call me Antoine. Antoine replies. We've been catfished. His voice equally tense. Perhaps you... How to do a tense Monty. Perhaps you've heard of me? Just sounds sinister, doesn't it? Perhaps you've heard of me. Perhaps you've heard of me. Thank you for the 250 biddies. A very generous ghosty tonight coming in with these 250s. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Yes, I've heard of you. He narrows his eyes. I must admit the things I have heard have not been complimentary. I do not appreciate your willingness to rush towards bloodshed. Antoine shoots Alex a flippant smile. A quick death in the name of liberty is nobler end than a slow death grovelling under a tyrant's heel. The tension at your table is oppressive, and you're starting to wish you'd ordered something stronger than wine. Alex turns to you and smiles. I was thinking about going somewhere to play cards for a while. How would you feel about joining me? I bet you can bluff with the absolute best of them. Well, if the good corporal's going to leave, then you can also stay here, Yvette. I wouldn't mind your presence. You flick your eyes back and forth between the two men. Wow, straight in with the choice. Gentlemen, the tension is overwhelming. Let's please relax together for a moment. I have no credibility. That's not going to work. Alex, I would love to join you for some cards. Or Antoine, let me stay. Oh, no. Who should I pick? Gosh. We are doing revolution stuff. But also, right, there is an element here of if we're going towards revolution, like sure, Antoine is revolutionary, but he's violent. We could sidle up to Alex and then like push the military for like almost like a coup, a military coup revolution, right? Because this guy is crazy on the right. Like, do we really want to push a revolution with him? You know? I feel like if we speak to Alex and we're like, come on, man, convince the military, you know? I don't know if he has that much power. I mean, he's like literally a private, I think, but... Who would you pick? Who would you guys pick in this sitch? In this situation. Honestly, IRL, like if this was sort of modern day similar personalities, I would probably rather hang out with like some crazy rebel than a military person, but you know, I think in this circumstance, Alex, right? Play some cards for la revolution. God, you're too intense, Antoine, man. You're coming on too strong. Ah, magnifique. I was hoping you'd say that. Favor. Ah! So that's your decision, is it? Go ahead. Ah, incel vibes. Alex drains his glass and the two of you leave together. Soon you find yourselves sitting outside with him in the fountain square near Pierre's office. Alex commandeers an unattended table left outside as a nearby cafe. Sit down. I can't get over the change of the character model. Oh god, it's so good. You sit down to play a few rounds of a game. To make things interesting, you engage in some petty gambling with minimal stakes. Of course, that doesn't stop you both from pretending like you're risking staggering fortunes with every wager. The theatrics are what make the game work. See, this sounds nice. Sounds like he's a nice guy. I feel like he would be, if we stayed in the pub, it would be like, did you guys ever see that meme picture of the guy talking to the girl in the club and she looks like so bored and tired and he's like shouting in her ear? Like, that's what a night in the pub with Antoine is like. You could be out here in the sunshine playing games. A church bell rings in the distance, drawing your attention to the waning hours. Unfortunately, I must take my leave. Regardless, that was great, Yvette. With all the thrill and strife going on, I truly needed something like this. As he rises from his seat, Alex leans forward and gives you a kiss upon your forehead. With a theatrical bow, Alex leaves. You head home yourself and consider the day's events. The wine may have been sweet, but not nearly as sweet as your success today. See, like, that then feels nice. I think if Antoine had done that to us in the pub, I'd have been like, eh, being attacked here. You look up at the sound of Camille knocking on your door frame.
Huh.
Ooh, rent is due.
Huh.
Why would I never not pay her, you know? Oh my god, and now there's a party and we didn't rest. What is this? I'm ruining this poor girl's life. It's a military party, so the plus 10. Didn't I just wear... I just wore the provincial, so we'll wear that one. Oh my god, we need a rest day so bad. Oh wait,
No, this is a bourgeois party. Oh, well, still that one. Okay. Do I have 2 parties in a row? This is insanity. Man, where is Lady Crane? It's been too long since we saw her, hasn't it? Turn this one down. It's so loud. Holy moly. Okay, let's get through this. Da-da-da. Stop by a woman you've never seen before. A moment of your time, if you please, she says in a tone of voice that suggests you don't have a choice. I'm a little curious as to how you fit in with all this, she continues, gesturing discreetly to the party. You maintain a diplomatically neutral facial expression and take a deep sip of your wine. Here it comes. The lecture. The bourgeoisie is a unique group as we're the only one that has to maintain their status. Once they achieve it, the aristocracy are born into their titles and keep them, no matter how poor they become or how ineffectively they wield their powers. Members of the military are considered veterans for life. We're not like them. Every single day is a struggle to maintain our status. There can be no rest for us because everything we do matters. Everyone here deserves to be here. Why do you? Well, Madame Gazelle does love seeing me at these things, so I guess that's why. Madame Gazelle, she asks, eyeing you skeptically. I haven't spoken with her much myself, but I know her husband, Charles, very well. I hear you call him Charles, and I suppose that's good enough for me. Credibility. She keeps talking with you and seems genuinely curious about Madame Gazelle, which is good, because honestly you want her to be focusing as little attention on you as possible. Got some goss. You sigh and rub your temples to prevent an oncoming headache. Is she here? She's not here, our good lady. I'm just going for cheap gossip on this one. Get through it, get to the good stuff, you know. By the way, have you heard about our hosts? She trails off, but looks excited. I guess the question I should be asking is, how well do you know them? I don't know them, but this feels like something I shouldn't be discussing. Let's leave this, because our exhaustion, nothing will go well. Oh, and I lost credibility anyway. It's fine. Really want to get to that birthday. Like, I really want to see what happens. Gotta go to that. Gotta go to that tonight. Get to that point. A rendezvous, and I'm at 4 exhaustion. Wonderful. Oh no, I should have gone shopping for a new dress, also known as dropping. That's what the kids are calling it. For our date. Damn it. Do you know what? I'm going in this, and we'll see how he likes it. Simple, yeah? Simps. No, I'll dress up, it's fine. No, yeah. Thank God.
No wonder it takes so bloody long to get ready, eh? I know what it feels like now.
After spending the first half of the day getting ready, you head out for the rendezvous. Unfortunately, you can feel the exhaustion set in as soon as you step out the door. Bloody hell. This is your first time at the idyllic which is already packed with enthusiastic patrons, clapping in time with the band's music, drinking great gulps of wine and dancing. Alex arrives exactly on time and greets you with a precise bow and a broad smile.
Ah, bon après-midi. It's great to see you, he says, not even taking a second glance at your clothes.
You are once again reminded that military men have little interest in fashion. Nice. He glances away, taking in the location.
Free-flowing drink, raucous fun, excellent dancing. This is going to be a great day.
The two of you don't even get to a table. Instead, Alex orders a bottle of wine for each of you, and you both spend the entire day dancing together, this smooth mother effer. By the end of the evening, your legs hurt from dancing, your throat hurts from singing, and it doesn't matter, you're too happy to care. A few hours later, you realize that it's starting to get late, and the two of you depart together. Looking at Alex, you feel like today went quite well. Wow. What a move, dude. Saying screw the table, ordering a bottle of wine for both of you, and then just dancing the whole time? Hats off. Charles Maurice de Talleyrand Perigold, or simply Talleyrand, is a figure of much discussion in France. Born at the scion to a powerful noble family, Talleyrand's foot was maimed at an early age in an accident. Unable to participate in the dances of the courtiers or march adequately enough to serve in the military, he was deemed useless by the family. He was sent into the priesthood like many unwanted sons of nobility. Why does this sound like it's the Penguin's backstory from Batman? While he's fulfilled his duties to the church well, he's also been the subject of much scandal. He believes he embodies a modern system of Catholic values, including preference towards the needs of common people over nobility. These modern views seem to be dismissive of his vows of celibacy. Despite the infirmities that caused his family to dismiss him, he's been considered quite desirable by many women. Actual advancement within the church has evaded him for some time. It's known that he's been impatiently waiting for the archbishop to join the heavenly host. Had his eye on the post of bishop. A few days ago, his pious prayers were answered. The bishop moved to Lyon. Opening has made Talleyrand the new bishop. Of course, this has caused uproar. Ignoring his critics, he spent the evening celebrating good fortune in the Louvre. The revolution has gained a powerful ally within the church. Nice, but the credibility of the church has been damaged. For reasons that don't require divine insight to perceive. Okay, the church moved towards revolution. Right, finally, we rest. Before 3 bloody dates in a row here. Well, that's the date with Antoine. We'll see what Antoine's game is. Let me tell you that now, compared to that. You pull yourself up by your bootstraps and come up with pull some magic out of your hat, son. But today is our only rest day before the birthday, so we have to 100% rest today. And now we're understanding why you shouldn't just say yes to every single party. Antoine who? Now I want to see all the other dates with people. That was like fun to read through. That's what I've been missing so far, actually. Like, I've been loving this. I'm really, really enjoying this game, actually. But even that little bit, I'm like, oh man, that's like the first date in 4 hours. Give me more. That's the good stuff. Okay, a military ball. And we'll go in this. Not even going to get time to buy more outfits. Bum bum, no sign of Alex here, so we'll go over here. Corporal Aubergine. Why is it that smaller people are always so quick to anger? Do they just have the same amount of chola as everyone else, but less room to store it? Chola? First it's excuses and pay shortages, and now they're dogged by yet another scandal. Even our weapons themselves are suspect. So I've heard, replies the gentleman. From what I know, soldiers in multiple battalions have found they were sold crates of musket balls made from doctored lead. These brittle ammunitions barely fly through the air. Even if they do manage to find their mark, they harmlessly crumble to dust. He grimaces before returning to his normally neutral expression. It appears the supplier of these musket balls is owned by a noble who's currently favoured at court. Any investigation into this misdeed had merely fizzled out without answers. This still goes on today, though. The dragoon replies, spitting on the ground in disgust. If any of us did this, we'd swing from the gallows, and rightly so. It seems that even treason in the name of profit is acceptable, as long as you have blue blood flowing through your veins. Whose fault is this really? You consider the implications of such a rumour. The Crown's fault. The entire thing is a disaster from start to finish. Murder, curses the dragoon, which means poop, a bad word in French. Obviously, I find no fault with His Majesty King Louis. God preserve him. The military stands ready to defend him at a moment's notice. The corporal exclaims, forcing an excessively broad smile. Believing otherwise would be an unacceptable crime. Beneath me. Yep. She's quite right, you know. If His Majesty isn't seeing to the best interests of his soldiers in potential matters of life and death, where can one expect him to do so? I can be unhappy with the state of affairs, and I'm wishing I wasn't talking so much. Now I gave myself this bloody voice. I'm a goddamn aubergine while still having my loyalties, unlike some of the people here. Yeah, sneer. Slowly, that sneer fades to something else, something more exhausted. Then again, perhaps you're right, and I just hoped it wasn't the case. At this rate, we need to look out for ourselves. The military has moved towards the revolution. Yes, let's go. Your conversation with the two of them continues at a pleasant pace for some time afterwards. It's nice to actually relax at one of these events. If one isn't careful, they could start to feel like work. And what would the point of that be? Eventually, you say your goodbyes and part ways with them. You scan the party to see if there's anything else you can do before the party ends. Alex, are you here? Hello, baby. A bottle of wine and I'm yours, baby. Let's go. You're about to approach Alex to chat with him when you notice him suddenly step away from the crowds. He stalks his way around one of the tents, and it looks like he's searching for something. Just as you arrive, he kneels on the ground and spreads his arms wide, ready to ensnare something. Kneel down with him. You hike up your skirts and get down next to him. Now that you're here, you start to see his quarry as well, a flickering shadow behind the tent canvas.
On guard, Alex yells. Like no, that's the other guy's voice. Forgotten it. Das ist on guard, Alex yells, springing around the side and snatching up. It's past the 4-hour point. I've lost my mind. Snatching up the strange thing with a single hand. Wait a minute, you recognize that strange thing?
Oh, unhand me at once. I'm innocent. I have 2 alibis. I've been framed.
Pierre's gaze falls upon you, and his struggles die down immediately.
Oh, it's you.
Who are you and what are you doing here? This is a private event.
I, good sir, am a humble representative of the Fourth Estate,
Pierre replies, managing to effect a polite bow despite the fact that his feet still aren't touching the ground. That's a great image.
I'm here to report on what I see, and keep our humble publicly duly informed on affairs of state as they transpire. I've also heard that the Duke is having another affair. Of course, the last time he saw me, I'd just run a tell-all piece regarding his alleged abuses of rank, so he threatened to have me tossed into the River Seine with a milestone around my neck. A millstone as well, which would be a milestone, you see. Which, I would like to say, only proves my point about him abusing his power, don't you think?
Be that as it may, I'm still obligated to remove you from here.
Your dedication to your duty is admirable, noble sir. However, if something can be destroyed by the truth, should it not be destroyed by the truth?
That is...
Pierre, give it up. Alex has a duty. Pierre presents a point. I can help you with that, Pierre. Let's get a story. I mean, screw Pierre. Alex, you do your thing, Alex. It's fine.
Exactly.
Yvette, you scoundrel!
This betrayal should not be forgotten. Pierre yells angrily, flailing his dangling limbs in every direction. I have no credibility to speak of, it's fine. Of course, should you manage to find any news stories at this event, I will be willing to purchase them. But while I print those... But while I print those various stories, this betrayal shall nonetheless remain unforgotten.
Das ist sehr gut. Alright, that's enough out of you.
He shakes Pierre fiercely by the coat. The diminutive journalist bounces around like a puppet in the hands of an angry child. Still clutching Pierre, Alex gives you a stiff and formal bow.
Pardon me, Yvette. I must dispose of this creature.
Alex marches away, dragging Pierre, who has since given up the fight. Instead, he folds his arms and sneers. Distancing yourself from the small commotion that's emerging as guests see Alex bodily carrying someone out of the party. You get some more wine and hors d'oeuvres. That was fun. Ooh, it's hot in here as well. Right, 1 day away from the birthday. It's time for our date with Antoine. The price of food has been steadily rising for the last few months. Many farmers have lost nearly their entire harvests in last summer's unseasonable hailstorms, followed by a drought, and then by one of the most brutal winters in nearly a century. Reports of starving people in the countryside boiling bark to make gruel. Desperate commoners are abandoning their homes. The people are hungry. Members of the nobility, like the Duke, have raised money to feed the poor, but the problem is simply too vast for any individual act of charity to solve. Finance Minister Necker has spent over 50 million livres importing grain from the rest of Europe. The famine persists. The people are hungry and angry. Rumors circulate about wealthy aristocrats with secret stores of grain, purposefully extending the famine in order to lower wages and improve political power. Workers are demanding higher wages from their bourgeois employers who remain intransigent. They people are hungry, angry, and they want to do something about it soon. They people. The revolution is coming. First, a date. Like this. After spending the first half of the day getting ready, you head out. You return to the theatre. The energy is frantic. The stage performers are getting ready. Various jugglers, comedians, and animal handlers are working the aisles, building the energy of the audience. Right, how many people think he's going to ace this? Is this going to be a good date? Yes. Antoine's going to pull it out the bag. No, it's going to be a disaster. This man is a walking red flag. What do we think? What do you think? I'm an optimist. I'm going to go yes. Even though he's been terrible so far, I think it would be time to see a different side, but we'll see. Antoine, tumultuous as ever, storms over to you shortly after you've arrived. So you've made it, shall we? You look ravishing, by the way, he says quietly but firmly before walking ahead of you. You've gained a staggering amount of favour with Antoine. He looks around. You're not really certain if he's examining the location or looking for threats. Ooh. What is this vibe? Is this like is it like Sundar vibe? Like those anime vibes? Of like a character that like acts like you are trash that you're meant to fall in love with. I love how les grand danseurs de Roy, he laughs as a group of dancers take to the stage. Don't let the name fool you, this place is a raw expression of the people's desire. In some ways, theatre is more true than reality itself, and if that is the case, I should have had a voice like Crane's instead, but it's fine, I'll have this one. That one will already taken with Lady Crane, even though she ain't bloody show up in like the last 3 hours, it's fine. The show is comical, stirring, shocking. The two of you are on your feet before anyone else, to yell for an encore. The lights of the stage reflect in Antoine's eyes like a field of stars, and for a moment he seems more dazzling than life itself. A few hours later, you realize it's starting to get late and the two of you depart together. Looking at Antoine, you feel like today went quite well. Do I? Wow, terrible day. What? You just watched in the theatre and that was it. What a mug. Pie him off, mate. Pie him right off. Mugged off. Jog on. Evicted. Bye. Never getting another one, Antoine. You blew it. You blew it, sir. You did not even bring any of the intensity to make it interesting in a way like it's dangerous and let me see him again. I know he's bad, but I'll see him. Bye. See ya. Antoine, bye. What a letdown. All chat, all talk, wouldn't you, mate? Didn't even pull the angry face at me once. What would I go for again, It's the birthday. Alright, it's all happening. It's time to take Marcel down. And I will do it. I would have loved to have bought another dress for this. Do you know what? I'm gonna show up to her birthday dressed like this, because I don't care. I'm here at the masquerade. Oh wait, I'm trying to fit in actually, aren't I? In disguisey. Alright, fine. I'll wear this one. This is it, the showdown. Marcel has invited all of the great and the good of Paris, the ones that meet her particular standard at least. Your heart starts to race when you think about all the people in this line that may have witnessed your humiliation. You inhale deeply through your nose in an effort to calm yourself, and realize that the mask smells faintly of Armand. You check a tiny mirror you keep in the carriage to see that you're wearing that robe. Oops. Unfortunately, you can feel the exhaustion set in. Okay. Agitated by the guests around you, you listen carefully. Get gossip. The same doorman as before, who seems to be enjoying the opportunity to boss around anyone trying to enter the party. Invitation, madame. Here, hand over invitation. I'm not going to use her name. He looks over the invitation, making a great show of inspecting it for authenticity. He reads the name of the addressee. He looks you up and down. Ah, Madame Gazelle. I barely recognized you in these uncharacteristically bright colors. You may enter. Nod. Your vengeance is nigh. So excited. 4 turns till vengeance. Across the room you spot someone fuming by themselves, her clothing resplendent and generally above the station seen at this party. She carries herself with a quiet dignity. Nobody's talking to her. That alone makes her someone worth investigating.
Huh.
Bonsoir, madame, she says, with a mild inclination of her head towards you. Right? Here to rub salt in my wound, I take it. Certainly. Just tell me what went wrong and I'll start salting. Her expression barely changes, but she exhales mirthfully out of her nose. Well, at least you can manage to be funny when you're being obnoxious. Okay. Before all of this, I was a courtier at Versailles. My star was rising quickly, and I was even officially acknowledged by the Queen. I made the mistake of inviting the Queen to an opera which she adores. I thought she'd love this performance as well, but the script had been changed. I know this was the work of one of my rivals, but I can't prove it. The performance I was so proud of was instead awful, crude, and distasteful. I was humiliated to the point that I could barely show my face outside for a week. To put it simply, Her Majesty the Queen, sent an intermediary. The servant politely requested that I remove myself from Versailles temporarily. Who was at Versailles? Is that Marie Antoinette? Which means that by the time my transgressions are forgotten, so I will be forgotten in turn. I will never be invited back. I've never been more furious in my life. Did you at least do something exciting before your fall, or was it all so trivial? I will have you know that in Versailles, triviality is a virtue. Oh. Besides, I saw my fair share of scheming. She launches into a tale of some of the things she witnessed. Trivial gossip. Well, okay, that was worth all that peril. The two of you talk a while longer. Okay. You come across 2 people speaking in low voices to each other. Hush, hush, hush. Their entire persons give off an aura of nervousness and excitement. It reeks of secrets, and it draws you like a moth. Draws you line like a moth to a flame.
Huh.
I would, of course, tell you more about what I know about the church, but the risk of being discovered is too great. Okay, so it's this one. Same dialogue. Let's get info on the crown. Okay. I think those dialogues are the same every time, so we'll just get through them. Now, let's try this guy. There's no music in this scene for some reason. I've observed you at several of these functions before, and I'm not certain you understand what should be happening here. These are the persons of quality. They are the nobility. Why? No, I have a mask on, sir. You don't recognize me. No, no, no. Do not come up to me and say my name. Quick, hitman him. Quick. Get your arms around his neck. He's old. It won't take long. Drag him out. Throw him out the window. He eyes your engagement ring. What exactly do you feel you have to offer these esteemed persons? I don't really want more peril. I'll fail the credibility. It's fine. Here we go. The main event. Prepare yourself. Your vengeance is close at hand. Now is the time to let slip your mask and tear off Marcel's as well. All of your plans, your investigations, and your illicit dealings have led to this point. You time your movements perfectly, walking in just as all the other guests filter out and into the rest of the party itself. You and Marcel are alone. You close the door, ensuring the two of you will have the privacy that you require. At the sound of the door closing, Marcel turns around to look at you. Judging from her unsteadiness, she's had a little too much to drink. She squints curiously at you, obviously trying to figure out who you are under your mask.
Huh.
Do I know you? She asks, taking another long sip from her wine. Oh. These lines are so good. Happy birthday, Marcel. Remove mask. Well, you told me to never show my face here again, so I thought the mask was appropriate. Here's a hint. I spent a long time getting what I needed to ruin you. Not the last one, but I think this one's the catchiest. Although, do you know what? Let's go 80s action movie one-liner. Happy birthday, Marcel. You take off your mask and let it languidly slip from your hands as it falls to the floor. You. Give me one reason I shouldn't have you thrown out right now. Why is the music so quiet in here? Don't worry. I'm here to deliver a present. I hope you like gravestones.
What, you have one with you, physically? Well, no, it's information.
Oh, I'm here to find a good friend of mine. Have you seen Gation de Vasseur? At the mention of that name, Marcel's voice tightens like a vice. How dare you speak his name? That merchant was very good to this family. Yes, the Defoy lineage has had some difficult financial times, but he helped restore us to our rightful place. We are well known, and we are respected. Never forget that the word of a noblewoman like myself is worth far more than simple accusations from some abandoned commoner. All you have is words, an impotent anger. It's funny, I was going to say the exact same thing about you. Show evidence. At that statement, Marcel's face screws up in disgust. Still, she looks at your evidence. She reads every filthy secret that you've painstakingly gathered for days. With every page flip, her trepidation and her fear turn to anger, into rage. What do you want from me? She asks through gritted teeth. What do you want from me? I'm a simple common girl with simple needs. Pay me. I'm here to drag the skeletons from your wretched closet into the light. To break you. To break me. To break me. That's the most laughably stupid thing I've ever heard. Marcel spits, her voice dripping with undisguised venom. She takes a long, messy drink from her wine glass, finishing it. Oh yeah, I forgot she was drunk. She advances on you so quickly that you find yourself backed up against the double doors. You can smell the wine on her breath, and every word she speaks is punctuated by the yelps and growls of her tiny dog. Oh no, the dog! It's like, let's put it down. I don't just come from one great name, I come from two. My father, Gation de Vasseur, was a brilliant man of business who gave this family its wealth. The original Viscount de Foix, he gave us a title. For years, my father loaned that broke, drunk Viscount the money he needed to fund his pathetic little debauches, and asked for nothing in return. When that wastrel died in a gutter somewhere, my father was the only person who knew he even existed. It was only right to take his title. Marcel's nostrils flare as her anger builds, rising to a fever pitch. This is starting to feel like a mistake. Until you feel your ankle brush up against the latch at the bottom of the door, until you hear the crowded room full of party guests in the room on the other side. Her eyes close as she angrily lectures you. Only two things matter in this world, money and reputation. I have both. It doesn't matter what evidence you put down, I can make the truth whatever I want it to be. And all those people out there will lap it up just to be on my good side. Why, you ask? Let me spell this out for you. She coils up like a snake, preparing to scream. Open the door. With a quick flick of your foot on the floor latch, the door opens behind you and you spill into the other room, drawing the attention of a confused, silent crowd. All eyes focus on you just in time to hear Marcel's shriek. I am Marcel de Vasseur. I am Marcel de Foix. I have everything, and you have nothing. The already quiet room falls deathly silent. Slowly, murmurs of confusion build. 100 confused voices build on each other until they form a dull roar. People press forward to question Marcel and obstruct her from your view. You find yourself being lifted to your feet. You're face to face with the same guests who helped you up. What's going on? What's Viscountess Marcel talking about? Go to the cemetery. You can ask the real de Foix. The cemetery? Why would a nobleman be buried in such a tiny... The masked guest trails off mid-sentences. She and her friend answer the question for themselves at the same time. The answer seems to dawn on them both. 1,000 strange little details, each ignored individually, suddenly coalescing into an undeniable picture. A picture that reveals a terrible truth. Wait a moment, you're a vet, Decaux, aren't you? One of the women suddenly asks, and I still did it in her voice, even though it was a description, it's fine. Yes, I am she. I knew you seemed familiar, the woman exclaims excitedly. Other guests start to turn in her direction to listen. Now it makes sense why Marcel would go to such great lengths to slander you. She tried to drive you away because you were too close to the truth. Way, look at that credibility, and all my peril went. The order of events is a little backwards, but you'll take it. Madame, you have done the crown a great service by exposing this impostor. We're in your debt. Disguised guest, that said. A staggering amount of favor with Elizabeth. Is the Queen here? As for Marcel, they both say in unison, Marcel is ruined. The next few moments are a chaotic blur. As you are led through Marcel's estate by the crowd, cheers go wherever you are seen. Toasts are made. Someone even throws you a rose. You get the feeling as if a spell has been broken. How many of these people were Marcel's friends but a moment ago? Did they always secretly hate her? Did their opinions really change this quickly? Marcel is a monster, and got what she deserved, but is justice what they actually care about? How quickly would these people, so swept up in celebration, be willing to turn on you in some day? It's a disquieting thought, and one that almost ruins your good spirits. Almost. You drink deep from the chalice of victory that night. You also drink deep from several actual chalices as you are led to your carriage. Your revenge is complete. Your victory absolute. You are the talk of the town.
Me?
So true, so true. Flaky and fickle. As are most. Outside, a variety of eager hands help you into your carriage. With a wave to an adoring crowd, your coachman takes off, and you disappear into the night, already a minor legend in your own right. The mysterious countrywoman who broke a viscountess.
We bloody did it! Take that, Marcel, you bloody... And have another for that too.
Revenge is mine. Got some favor with the Queen. And ruined that little pink pudding. Another date with Antoine. Do you know what? I'll accept it just to laugh at him. It's fine. Ah, Alex, hello. Hello, darling. Right, that's all that's on my thing for the time going forward. I have a party with the church, the Feast of St. George. I want to see... Let's go a little bit... I was going to end it there. Let's go just to see like where the story goes to next. And what's this? A church party, so we'll go like that. Something... I don't see if this is a normal party or what it is. Feels good to ruin that girl though, doesn't it? After what she did to us at the beginning. I think this is just a normal party. So I'm gonna get through it kind of quickly. What are you doing here? Yeah, this is the so these are the same conversation each time, kind of RNG dice roll things just for resource gathering. I guess I'll try a credibility roll. I'm pretty no, it's not. Give me the peril, it's fine. Oh, wait. This is an actual character. This priest. Exploring the party, you find yourself in a quiet room that the other guests have forgotten about. Right as you're about to leave, you hear the rustling of paper. Slowly and carefully, you check behind the door. You find a priest reading a book. Noticing you, he leaps up with a shout. Figlio di puttana. You know that wasn't French, and you're certain it wasn't polite. Is this Italian?
Eh, it's me, Father Sidotti. I'm so sorry, madame, you startled me.
Oh, God.
Who are you? Are you alright?
Oh, forgive me, father. That was my fault. My name is Yvette.
It's quite alright, Yvette,
He replies, straightening out his cassock, generally recomposing himself.
I shouldn't let myself get so lost in my book.
It's going Spanish. Could be Spanish.
Let me introduce myself. I'm Father Sidotti. I beg your pardon, Madame Yvette. I swear I'm normally more social. It is just my recent assignment has been rather unbearable.
Is that why you're hiding in a corner and reading?
He flushes with embarrassment for a moment before turning his head from you and pouting. I think this guy is romanceable. I don't have to justify this. Everyone has their way of dealing with the world's slings and arrows. This one is mine. Recently, my superiors in Rome assigned me to interview one Monsieur Belande. We're trying to form a complete picture of the situation in France. Oh God, this is so bad. Tonight, I'm trying to speak with him. Hey, are you an imposter? That doesn't sound like a real Italian accent at all. Grab side of mustache. But he's awful. I never met a man so determined to see the worst in everything. Oh. Is there anything I can do to help? I'll appreciate any help you could provide. Oh, look at it, he's blushing. I just can't think of what you could do. The man is just utterly incorrigible. Shadotte favor. Lovesick priest. But please, enough of my martyrdom. What brings you here? Oh, just looking for something exciting to do. So am I, he replies with a twinkle in his eye. Though I think things are already getting better. At that moment, a dour and unsatisfied-looking man enters the room, his brow knit in a permanent furrow. I stand corrected, Father Sadotti mumbles to you. There you are, Father Sadotti. I thought you'd gotten lost. This building is rather poorly designed, you see. Is this lady bothering you? No, I'm not, monsieur. You see, people come to parties to actually enjoy themselves. Well, I can see my fine observations would be wasted on the likes of you, he replies petulantly, fixing you with a vicious glare. He turns on his heels and leaves as quickly as he came. Father Sadotti stares at the doorway in stunned silence. You actually got rid of him. That's amazing, Ludovico says with an enormous grin. I mean, I'll still have to interview him later, but it's important to enjoy the little miracles. The two of you chat for a little bit longer, and seem to get along quite well. Father Sadotti is remarkably well read, and you never expected to find yourself discussing Voltaire and Goethe with a Catholic priest. By the way, next time we see each other, I would actually prefer if you call me Ludovico, if that's alright. He gives you a short bow and leaves to attend to other matters. What a sweet man. The priest on your mind, you leave. Interesting. I'm going to corrupt a priest. Good morning.
Huh.
Rent already?
Huh.
Goodness me. Right. Well, it looks like it's carrying on with some more dates, and then I'm guessing maybe in the next month the next part of the plot will present itself. We need a rest day. Do that now so I don't forget from whenever we continue it. Resting at home, get rid of that exhaustion. And it's the day of a date. Bourgeois lost some power. There's a little bit of a thing. Do you know what? It seems like it's long and I wanted to read it, so I'll actually... Oh god, what if it didn't save? Oh no. There was something about Alex in there. Oh there, chapter 2. Alright. Hello? Hello? Ah! Game! What a time! No! Hello! Sir, please. Okay. You wake up from a fitful sleep. The lost sleep makes perfect sense. After last week's events, it's hard to imagine resting easily at all. Your mind keeps coming back to the larger events of last week. How a mob of peasants overran the holdings of one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in France. There was nothing special about those people, and yet they so easily defied the laws of His Majesty the King. It brings to mind the idea that what we call power is a partnered dance between the ruler and the ruled. To those watching the dance, it feels like small pushes and pulls of the ruler represent absolute control, but only because both partners know their roles so well. That's the power of good theatre. It can make imaginary things seem more true than reality. The truth is, a single misstep by either partner could cause the entire dance to break down.
A single misstep can cause the ruled to remember that they aren't actually powerless at all. As the people remember how much power they possess, Paris will become more and more dangerous. Your actions will now have more powerful consequences. The world has become less forgiving. The next stages of certain romance stories are now unlocked. Roused from these thoughts by Camille. Madame, I just got this letter for you, she announces as she enters your chamber, holding up the message in question. It's from Antoine. You open it to find his quick and energetic handwriting is shakier than usual. Cher Yvette, I'm writing to you. Let me do my voice, thank you. I'm writing to you because I don't know who else I can trust right now. Some vile stain on our nation has tried to poison me. My only reasonable recourse is swift and bloody vengeance. Come visit me as soon as you can. I need an ally who can help me track down this would-be assassin. Well, that was certainly not what you expected to read this morning. Assisting Antoine is now available. Thankfully, you already know where they live because of the letters you've exchanged with them in the past. So I didn't get to those dates. It booked dates in for me, and then it skipped over those days. I had 2 more dates lined up, didn't I? And now I got... Why did I get... I got a little X on them for Alex and Antoine. I had those dates ready to go. Come on. So now we're into May. Well, there you go. The first chapter of Ambition, a minuet in power. I think this lived up to the hype that I had for this game. I really, really enjoyed this a lot, and I feel like it's just kind of starting to get going as well. I know that's like we're nearly 5 hours in. My voice is gonna be ruined tomorrow, but I really enjoyed it, and it's like slow burn. But I feel like a lot of visual novels are, right? And now I feel like it's gonna pick up pace. Like the last. That's why I was not planning to do this long, but the last like hour, 2 hours there were really, really good when stuff started getting going. So, how do I exit? See if it's saved. I can't press escape for some reason, so I guess I'll just exit it here. But yeah, we'll probably continue this next week, I should think. Maybe next Friday, give a bit of time to, you know, recoup and then come back to it. Or, I mean, I'll continue it somehow, some way, whether it's here or YouTube or whatever. I definitely want to play this through to its completion and see what happens. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Thank you so much. If you're new, hit the follow button. If you want to hear me read more things with less goofy voices, then there is the podcast on Spotify as well, with special episodes on Patreon. And I will be back on Monday. So